Everyone who wishes. Okay, thank you. We're not starting quite yet. This is Jane Dolan. Just wanted to let you know why a delay. Uh, It's raining and snowing. It's snowing in some of our board member parts. We have one board member, Griego, who's going to be late because she's lost power at her home and her restaurant, but she will arrive. And we have one board member who is homesick, Brian Johnson, but he's going to join us online. And our vice president had some difficulty with traffic, so we're going to let him get settled and then we'll start. So 2 minutes is my guess. Hang on. Good morning and welcome. We will start soon officially, but we'll start for now. Thank you for joining us. I see we have staff and others in the audience. Glad to see you and your faces. And we'll have your input if you're wanting to do that, or maybe you just want to see what's going on in person. And then we have a number of folks who are taking advantage of logging in, which we appreciate. And anyone who has attempted to sign in is signed in. I'm getting a thumbs up from our technical person. Thank you very much. So let me begin by calling this meeting, February 24th, 2023, into session officially. So welcome. Again, I'm Jane Dolan. I'm the president of this board. We're delighted to hold this meeting in person, but we also are going to continue to have the hybrid format because we find that people find this good. And this morning it's very helpful because instead of a board member who could not attend because not feeling well is online. So we don't want him here to pass anything on, but we want his participation. And we also know that people do live farther distance than Sacramento. So we appreciate that we can continue that opportunity for them to participate. For all of you who are here, all of you who are online, if you didn't hear that voice when you were entered, that meeting is being recorded. So Mr. Jones, I would ask you to call the roll.
Board Member Bosler. Here. Board Member Grego is currently absent. Board Member Ramirez. Here. Board Member Countryman. Here. Secretary Johnson.
Good morning. I'm here.
Vice President Valines. Here. President Dolan.
I'm here. That is 6 of the 7 board members. So we do have a quorum. So we are ready to proceed. I'm going to just give a brief overview of the agenda. It's not going to be 20 minutes in case any of you are worried. I understand we have no announcements, so we'll skip that. We've done the roll. We do have the minutes of December 16th. There are 2 consent items, and those subject matters will be announced when we get to that. The next place is a time in our agenda for someone to provide a comment on an issue that is within our authority but not on the agenda. So we'll call that, it's called public comment. We will have a legislative update from our policy advisor, Mr. Soon. We have items that we label as United States Army Corps of Engineers, and there are 4 and they are information. I think I have that right. There is a place on our agenda every month for the Department of Water Resources to provide information, but we have been advised that there will be no oral appearance on that. So what's on the agenda is what's on the agenda. Next, we have what is board items. There are 5, and I want you to know that the way they are in the agenda will be taken a bit out of order. I will take those items indicated as action first and information other than that. So just so that you are aware of that if you're interested in those items. The ending part of our agenda is where we indicate we've received activity reporting from our staff and the branches, comments from board members about any activities that we have participated in, and reviewing upcoming meetings calendars. There will be a closed session today. We have no plan and no expectation to take action in closed session, but we will hold a discussion on 2 matters, which we will announce at the time. Also, I want to let you know that I do take breaks. I don't know when they will be. It will be when I feel it's appropriate. They will be short. And if by any chance, and Board Member Ramirez doesn't want us to do this, we take a lunch break, that will be somewhere around sort of lunchtime. But because of the weather and other commitments, I think folks want to just get this meeting done, but we will take the time that we need. So let's proceed with the agenda. We are now at item 4, which is the approval of minutes. Secretary Johnson.
Yes, thank you, President Dolan. This is approval of the minutes for the December 16 board meeting. I have reviewed them and I move that they be approved.
Okay, the motion is before us. Is there a second? Well, Mary Jane usually says I second, so someone else has to step up. Board Member Ramirez. I just want to note that there is a sentence there toward the end. It would not change it at all, but there's just 2 words that have to be switched. So I just want to note that, otherwise their minutes are fine. I'm just being picky. Okay. Any other questions besides my pickiness? Okay. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Bosler. Aye. Board Member Grego is currently absent. Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines.
Aye.
President Dolan.
Yes, so that motion carries. Motions are approved on a 6 yes, 1 absent at this present time. Thank you. Now we'll move to the consent items. I'm going to ask our Chief Engineer, Mr. Michael Wright, to step forward and give us any comments we may need to know. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer. The consent calendar is in order. At the time the staff reports were finalized, we had yet to receive the Corps' letter of permission for 5B, permit 19640. We have received that on the 22nd, so this does not need to be a conditional approval. It's a normal approval, and other than that, everything's in order.
Thank you. All right, the consent agenda is 2 items. We would be at item 5A, we would be asked to transmit a letter of intent to develop a system-wide improvement framework for RD 2068, and they will be the lead for RD 2068 and RD 2098, Yolano Cache Slough Levy System. 5B is permit number 19640. Department of Water Resources is seeking a permit to do various work at the Sacramento River and the Georgiano Slough. And I'm not going to read the whole thing unless you want me to. Does anyone want to remove either item? Board members? No. Audience, want to remove either one? I see no hands up. Any hands up online? No. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right. Motion by Countryman, second by Bosler. Please call the roll.
Board Member Bosler. Board Member Grego is currently absent. Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
I see is that a yes, Mr. Johnson? Maybe he's having some online problems.
Vice President Valines. President Dolan.
Yes. Because Member Johnson's online lit up, I'm going to take that as a yes. So the consent agenda, do you approve, Mr. Council?
You also made the motion.
Countryman made the motion.
Can you not hear me?
There,
No, we can
got
hear you
it.
now. I
Oh,
was saying he made the motion, so
Okay, thank you.
he did
Aye.
not. You made them?
I do remember that. I don't have a law degree. I have to ask you, so thank you very much. The motion carries six in favor, one is absent. We are now at the item that's called public comment. Is there anyone, let me first ask here in the room, and then we'll see if someone wants to do it virtually. Is there someone who wants to provide a comment that's not on the agenda? Noting, of course, and I think some of you who've done this before or watched our meetings know that we received the comment, but we're prohibited from entering into discussion or approval. So, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, it's nice to see you all. Melinda Terry, the Executive Director of the California Central Valley Melinda Terry, Executive, thank
better.
you, Michael. California Central Valley Flood Control Association, a couple of items to bring up. First, I have communicated with your staff just to let you know, and I let them know I'd be coming. But I had inquired about whether the flood board was going to submit a comment letter on the EIS for the Delta Conveyance Project. It's really the largest modification that will happen to your system since it was probably built. It's pretty big. They indicated, that there's been some good discussions, between your board and DWR, and pleased to see that there was a flood chapter. I agree. I also agree that there have been some design changes since it was the water fix project. However, there are still, again, it still would be the largest modification, and there still are some issues that I'm here to request, on behalf of the LMAs in the Delta that you still consider submitting comments. And maybe part of the comments are, kind of validating that, look, here's some of the changes we asked for and we got. I think it's important for the LMAs to kind of hear what you think you've achieved in those discussions, and then put on the table in terms of CEQA what you think is remaining. I did share with them the comment letter that the association submitted on the EIR in December. It still has some issues that are similar to before in terms of there are many things that they are deferring, even analyzing. So that means it's a deferral of knowing what the significance of the impacts, and it also means they've deferred any mitigation on those potential impacts that may occur. And I'm not going to go into those. A big picture thing that I would point out that the board may want to consider is that it is still going to be a dual conveyance system, which means they will be using those South Delta pumps more than 50% of the time, which means they are using the levee system to convey that water. Yet there is no funding in the project itself to improve those levees. The only levees that they'll be improving is right where the two intakes will go, but not the levees across the way or below and above, upstream and downstream. And that should be concerning for another reason, because yesterday the Delta Stewardship Council adopted a Delta levy investment strategy, and they've categorized prioritizing state funding. And the levies, so there's three categories: very high, high, and other. So all of the very high are supposed to get funded by the state. If there's money left over, then the high can get whatever's left over. And if there's any money left over after that, then the other categories can get some. There's a stretch of the Sacramento State Plan of Flood Control levees over in the Cortland, Hood, Clarksburg area that are in the other category. So just to give you an example, the Delta Levee Special Project has a PSP out right now. You get 50 extra points if you're in that very high category. You get, I think it's 30 if you're in the high, and you get 0 points. So those levees that are up where these intakes are going to be built are in the 0 category. I tried to argue that the council, if they're thinking of state investments, these are state-owned levees. I don't understand why all of the levees on that river that are state plan of flood control are not in a very high category so that you can qualify for rehab money for repair. So anyway, that's my one request. And then the only other thing I have to add is that the association is hosting our annual flood forum in person again. It will be April 4th. And you can go online and register for that now. And we do have one of the co-authors of the UCLA report, Dr. Daniel Swain, will be the keynote. And then we have a panel, including one of your board members. So thank you for saying yes. And so we're very excited about it and look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
I think I can say that's Board Member Bosler.
Yes. Thank you.
I didn't want you to guess you had to hear from me again. Thank you for those comments. Is there anyone else in our audience here who wishes to say something that's you want us to hear, but it's not on the agenda? Okay, I see no one. Is there anyone online with a hand up? We have
We
a
do
hand
have
up?
Mr. Murphy with his hand.
Mr. Don Murphy? We're going to let you speak. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm assuming I'm online now.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Well, President Dolan and board members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. Do any of you or have any of you seen the questions that I sent to Ryan yesterday or the other day?
They were not distributed, Mr. Murphy. They're for you
Okay.
to present.
Okay, I'll give you just a brief background then. I'm a dock owner in the Pocket area. And last May, I was informed by the flood board that I would have to remove my boat dock for the Erosion 2 contract. So I'm not here to contest the fact that my permit provides that. But I had a number of questions, and in particular, the one that has not been answered is based on the options that I was given, I could either remove the boat dock, put it back at my expense, or if I chose not to do that, then the Army and its contractor would remove my boat dock and dispose of it also at my expense. So I thought my question was going to be pretty simple. First presented to the flood board, some of the staff members, about the estimated cost for the Army and its contractors to remove and dispose of my boat dock. The flood board was not able to give me an answer. So I went to the Army with the same question, and I was unable to get an answer from them. So they gave me the flood board gave me a March 1 date in order to make a decision on what I was going to do, although my boat dock does not have to be removed until next April. But my problem is I can't agree to an unknown. So until I have that cost estimate, I kind of have my hands tied on this decision. That's the nature of what's going on.
Mr. Murphy, at this point, we need to acknowledge that we have received your concerns and your questions, but because we did not place it on the agenda, and we may not, because we may be able to resolve this. We're not able to further discuss, and we certainly cannot take action by law today.
I understand that. I was made clear to me. But I guess I'm requesting some direction on how do I get this answer and from what agency?
Well, I'll just turn it over to our staff to see if they can come up with some, they'll certainly talk with you. Whether it's something you like or not, it's like, I can't predict, but.
Okay.
For this too.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's fair. Thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it.
We hear you.
It's a
All I
dilemma.
can say, sorry.
Yeah. All right. And by the way, I do want to say that I've had the pleasure of working with Selva and Grave Harvey on this issue, and I've gotten nothing but good cooperation from them. So thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate that. And thank you, staff, for that. That's certainly what we want to hear with staff interaction.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other hands up of our virtual audience? Was that a hand up? He was waving at me. All right, then we'll proceed. Item number 7 is a legislative update. Darren Soon, our policy advisor of board staff, will provide an update. Things are happening, maybe not fast, but they're happening. Good morning.
Yes, the wheels of government turn very slow sometimes. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valline, members of the board. Darren, Senior Policy Advisor. I think it's on, right? You have to get a little
Does this
closer.
have a green instead of a red?
This one's green.
Okay.
Everybody hear me okay? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ryan, can you put the slide up, please? Slides up. Do you have the slides that I sent? Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. All right. Again, Darren, Senior Policy Advisor for a brief legislative update. Next slide, please. Or do you want me to continue? Sorry, I got you. I'm still on the, back at their old building. Okay. Federally, we're anxiously awaiting the release of the President's FY24 budget, expected March 9th. At that time, the appropriations process can begin, and so we'll be paying close attention to that. We're pleased to hear that the community project funding requests are back in play this congressional session, and so we'll look forward to seeing what requests come in on that front. And then finally, we're at a 2022 implementation guidance listening sessions are underway, with the last one happening on March 1st. And then we'll soon find out what priorities across the nation are going to take precedence for the Army Corps of Engineers, and await to see what they come up with for implementation guidance. On the California level, as all of you know, in February 17th was the last day to submit bills. There were over 2,600 bills that were introduced this legislative session, the most in a decade, 500 just on the last day alone. So there's obviously a lot of bills to go through. Also, 4 proposed bond measures are within these bills. 2 of them, Senator Eggman and Assemblymember Villapadua, are focused on flood and climate issues. And then Assemblymembers Garcia and a joint bill by Senators Allen and Nilo, I believe, am I reading that correctly? Oh, excuse me, Senator Allen, provided there's a lot more broader programs that they're including in their bond measures. So we'll see how things progress on these fronts as well. Of course, it's a long road to go. They've got to get 2/3 approval in each chamber, and then the governor's got to approve it, and then of course the California voters need to act on it in 2024. So we're just starting this long process on these. All of you have my bill package that are notable bills that for our line of work. I just wanted to highlight a couple of them that I think are of particular interest. Assembly Bill 923 by Assemblymember Bauer Khan, floodplain restoration projects in Central Valley study. It essentially requires the department, in concert with the board, to identify and assess barriers to implementation of floodplain restoration projects, and recommend to the legislature ways to expedite and scale the implementation of floodplain restoration projects. Also, Senator Eggman's bill, Senate Bill 586, removes the deadline to achieve urban level of protection, and so long as a flood management agency has an active federal project at varying stages, planning, design, construction, awaiting congressional authorization, et cetera. So those are just a couple ones I want to highlight. Again, it's the beginning of the process. There's also about 1,000 bills that are spot bills, meaning they could be gut and amended, and seeing what other things may develop out of that. So we'll be paying close attention. With that, I'll just, any questions?
Okay. I don't get the big piece back. Yes, I do.
Goodbye.
All right, I'm speaking now. Doesn't sound to me like I'm magnified. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll talk like I'm at a basketball game. Go, Tim. That was my nephew, not you. We appreciate that you pay attention and give us this information. Do board members have any questions for Mr. Soon? No. Any questions? Member Bosler?
I just wondered if AB 8 or 923, who the sponsor of that was? Is there a sponsor listed?
Yeah, Senator Bauer Khan, who is one of
No,
our,
no, not the member, but like if there's an organization sponsoring it or?
I do not know at this time. I do not know at this time. Well, coincidentally, President Dolan and I will be meeting with Assemblymember Bauer Khan, and we look forward to finding out more about the genesis of this.
I have a question.
I think we know. Member Countryman?
Will we understand, when do we get feedback on how the actual tax revenues are coming in as far as the deficit and is concerned? What's the process or timeline for that?
May revise?
Is it?
Yeah, I mean,
Member
let's-
Bosler?
yeah, so everything that's happening right now is based on the January budget, was based on the revenue estimates from early December. So those will be updated at the end of April. Unfortunately, the federal government delayed the tax filing date. So that means that the government's going to have or the Department of Finance is going to have less information than they usually have to gauge how revenues are going, but they will put a revised estimate in place for the May revision, which comes out May 14th. Everything that I've looked at, and then also reading what the LAO's saying about the revenues since early December when finance had to put theirs in, is that things are getting worse.
Oh.
So it's very likely that there will be a larger deficit in May.
I was hoping that the answer was the other direction.
I know. But it's a very strange time in our economy with like really tight, and low unemployment. But the Federal Reserve's actions are really aggressive, given recent history, and that's obviously for a good reason, to try and stem inflation. But they also, more often than not, have caused recessions. Those actions. So, and then the war and the global climate and all of that is also a huge factor as so lots of things that people will be looking at. Obviously, the stock market is a huge driver of California's revenues. So where that goes, so does the revenues.
It'll be a challenging year. Good times
Good times. Yeah.
are over, but we'll face it. Any other questions, board members? Anyone in the audience?
Well, just the reason I asked that,
Oh, we'll let Mr.
Excuse me,
Countryman,
is
if he
it
can
the-
come forward here. Yes.
history that I've lived for 40 or 50 years is that there's going to be a freeze on employment and positions at the state. And I haven't heard or anything come down yet on that. And I know just a couple of years ago, there was a freeze and they actually asked everybody to take a 10% cut in pay. And so we haven't got anything on that either. Is that right?
So I don't think that this is not the Great Recession at all this year. This is not going to be as destabilizing as that. It just means there's more risk, I think, to the very large general fund investments that went into resources protection and the environment. Not that much that went into flood last year, but a lot that went into reducing air pollution and forest health and many other aspects. And so that was the first thing that got reduced in the January budget, and it's likely that it may get smaller in May. But the governor has lots of tools, so.
Every meeting, we're happier and happier you're with us. Ms. Terry? You want to-
Yes, Melinda Terry again for the Central Valley Flood Control Association. And yes, it's always nice to have that sort of expertise. Just to let you know, for SB 638, one of the bond bills that was mentioned, the association is the sponsor of that. We're very encouraged by getting the bipartisan co-authorship of Senators Eggman and Nilo. It's essentially language that is substantially the same as the Proposition 1A that was done after Hurricane Katrina. So we're going back to that sort of language. We think it worked well. And then the other thing, the other bill I would mention that you might want to keep an eye on is AB 345. It allows advanced payments to the reclamation districts by DWR, and we're also very encouraged by that, and hope you'll take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else with a hand up in the room? Anyone with a hand up on Mr. Stone's presentation online? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now proceed to item 8, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers informational presentations. The first one, A, as in Apple, or always, Public Law 8499 Rehabilitation Information. So they'll call on our Operations Branch staff member, Annalise Calizo, to introduce this. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Angeles Calizo, manager of the enforcement section for the board. I'm happy to be addressing you here this morning, and I am joined virtually by Mr. Jonathan Yao with the Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento District. He is the Sacramento District Readiness Branch Manager, and then also Ms. Tanya Dutra, who is the Program Manager for the Sacramento District. Today's agenda will cover the Public Law 8499 Rehabilitation Program eligibility requirements and the process by which the board, as a non-federal sponsor, can seek, excuse me, assistance from the Army Corps for repair of damaged sites during a storm event. Public Law 8499 eligibility has been a top priority for the board, and we continue to seek funding and also encouraging LMAs to submit and develop letters of intent for regaining eligibility. And we also provide support to the local maintaining agencies in addressing the various deficiencies that were flagged by the Army Corps in their inspection. Under the Public Law 8499, the Army Corps of Engineers covers the cost for the design, the construction of the repair sites, while the state's cost share for that is limited to the lands, easements, right-of-way, relocation and disposals, which we typically refer to as LERDs, another acronym for you. So a little summary from the 2017 and the 2019 storms. Of the 2017 high water event that we had, the state received about $167 million in cost from the 48 sites that were repaired under the federal PL 8499 rehab program. The state's cost share for that was roughly $19 million. So, a huge incentive and a big benefit that we were able to recoup for those damaged sites. From the 2019 storms, there's only one site that has been repaired so far, and the remaining 4 are anticipated for repairs in 2024. So this item is also very timely, given that the Corps just issued their notice of intent that just was released over the last couple of days ago. What this is essentially the Corps is letting the board know and non-federal sponsors that they are planning to open PL 8499 rehabilitation for the late December, January storms that were experienced. So this is not the official opening where we can begin submitting requests, but this is more of a preemptive approach in an attempt to try to assess the damages that might have incurred as a result of those storms. So this notice was distributed and has been distributed to the local maintaining agencies electronically yesterday afternoon. So we'll be working, it's a short timeline to get some of those requests for preliminary assessments of the sites. But we'll be working with them closely and the Army Corps representatives with the hopes that once the rehab notice is open, then we will be hoping to expedite the repairs in hopes that we can get them done before this next flood season. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Jonathan Yao, who's online, to provide you with his portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
For those
Annalise.
who don't know, just so I
Good
can
morning.
understand, Mr. Johnson, is that who it is? This is President Dolan. So the notice of opening of 8499 for the storms that we experienced, the damages we experienced December, January, is open as of yesterday?
No, correct. So this was the Corps notifying us that they plan to open
Oh, I see.
the program in no later than June of this year,
No later than
than June.
June? Okay, so the notice is now, okay.
Correct.
I wanted that clarification, because otherwise, cut the meeting short, go put the list together.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Calizo? All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Yao, do I say their name right? Jonathan Yao?
Yes, ma'am.
Good
Um,
morning. You're on.
Good morning. Okay, so thanks again, Annalise. Good morning, President Dolan and board members. I'm Jonathan Yao, as Annalise had mentioned. I'm the Readiness Branch Chief at Sacramento District. I'm joined by Tanya Dutra. She's our PL 8499 Program Manager. At Sacramento District, we serve mostly, Northern California, Central Valley, and our area of responsibility kind of reaches all the way out to Colorado. We also touch a little bit of Wyoming and Idaho as well. The Corps of Engineers Readiness Branch operates mainly under two authorities, which I'll kind of briefly go over. Next slide, please. So again, the main thing I'll be talking about today is PL 8499 with an emphasis on rehabilitation. But just for everyone's awareness, the Corps of Engineers, we operate under two authorities. Essentially, that's the Stafford Act and PL 8499. That's flood control and coastal emergencies. Under Stafford Act, we support FEMA for pretty much all kinds of disaster response and recovery, since we are the proponent for public works and engineering. For PL 8499, we essentially operate under our own authority to respond to hydrological events, mainly floods. And so in PL 8499, we have 6 major program activities, and I'll briefly go over 5 of them, but mainly focus on rehab today. So for disaster preparedness, we essentially partner with agencies, local government to conduct exercises and other outreach activities. We also use this activity to ensure that we internally are prepared to respond to flood events and conduct our emergency operations. For advanced measures, this activity allows us to build structures which protect critical infrastructure from imminent flooding. This includes, armoring structures with, like bridges or other structures with wire gabions, building check dams, or installing geobrugs for potential debris flows. In order to do this, we need to know if there's an imminent threat of unusual flooding, and usually this determination comes from multiple resources, such as the National Weather Service. And then emergency operations, this is kind of what has the most visibility. This is our flood fight. This is what allows us to assist in technical or direct assistance when it comes to incoming or ongoing flooding. And so technical assistance is, sending our experts out to advise on flood fight tactics, or provide, their expertise to local agencies, local governments, and organizations. A lot of this, of course, must, these requests must come through the state. And then, I forgot to cover also direct assistance. It's that is our essentially our authority to go and provide the actual activities of active flood fighting, such as providing sandbags and providing automatic sandbaggers and things like that. And then for rehabilitation, I'll go over this a little bit more in detail over the next slides, but I'll briefly go over emergency water and drought assistance. These are our activities which allows us to provide emergency water supplies in addition, supplemental to state resources. Emergency water and drought assistance needs to be associated with, declared droughts or contaminated water sources. In addition to providing bottled water, we can also potentially build, pipelines to other water sources, and so that's a little bit more of a nuanced activity, which we don't actually see much of in California. And then hazard mitigation. This is our activity where we kind of partner with other agencies and other organizations to do, outreach activities, educating the public on flood risk and working with other agencies to essentially do emergency action plans and build resilience in the community. Okay, so next slide, please. So the primary purpose of PL 8499 is really to authorize the Corps of Engineers to conduct those activities as previously stated on the last slide. The background of the policy, the current status of this policy is tied to, continuous updates via the multiple WRDAs that we see come down the line. Over the years, that there have been many amendments to the policy which modify eligibility or updates our authorities to provide assistance to the public. Some of these I'll be going over. We essentially try to prioritize levee repairs by a worst first approach, coupled with considerations of other risk factors that are essentially tied to our Stafford Act responsibilities. We also want to highlight some of the items in the policy, in the top right and the lower left. For eligibility, we conduct inspections to determine, initial and continued eligibility. This essentially drives overall system ratings, and system ratings must, currently meet minimal or acceptable ratings in order to maintain their active status. And active status allows the Corps of Engineers to assist in rehab after a flood event where a levee sustains significant damage. However, this also does not preclude our ability to provide direct or technical assistance upon request from the state or through DWR. We can provide that assistance regardless of active status. And then going over to the bottom right, I want to talk about triggering for opening the rehab program. Essentially, there isn't a single factor that drives the opening of the rehab program. In the past, we've relied on feedback from all of our partners, such as DWR, the board, to determine the need for opening the program. Additionally, a state or a federal disaster or emergency declaration also drives this decision. These declarations will, of course, have a huge part in that decision to open. And, just with this past flooding over the winter, with federally, emergency declarations, that is what kind of drives our decision to open the rehab program. Next slide, please. So in terms of rehab requests, essentially after the event, our district commander will issue a notice to public sponsors to open the rehab program due to a significant flood event. And then this allows 30 days for sponsors to provide a request for rehabilitation assistance. Generally, we try to wait until waters recede in order to open the program. This kind of allows sponsors opportunity to inspect levee tows and things like that. And then so once the sponsor provides that written request, we go out and conduct inspections and begin generating a project information report based off of eligibility for that rehab. And then in the bottom, there are some details in regards to how we determine that eligibility. And essentially, it's based off of active or inactive status. And then there's also a benefit to cost ratio that it must meet. Next slide, please. So as Angelis mentioned, we did release a initial notice to sponsors, letting them know that we plan on opening the rehab program sometime, in April, but no later than June. The intent on kind of delaying the opening of the rehab program is, again, to allow ample opportunity for sponsors to go and inspect levee tow so that they can provide that request for rehab assistance. And then this will also allow us to go out and assist with some preliminary assessments. And this is an effort to kind of shorten the timeline from when we receive a request for rehab assistance to the project information report to the actual execution of the rehab project. And so this is our effort to, recognizing that we have, consistent delays in our program. This is our effort to essentially do some creative financing to utilize some of our response funds to assist with our rehab effort. And so, again, in this slide, it kind of just details, how we are delaying the opening of the rehab program to, allow that opportunity. It allows us to assist with some joint preliminary damage assessments. And then, once we open the program in April, sponsors, again, they'll have about 30 days to conduct their inspections and then issue a request for rehab. And then, we'll begin that process after that. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to kind of go over briefly, what we're undergoing and the effort that we're undergoing currently, and that's the proposed policy changes. And what this slide kind of depicts is essentially that we are trying to move away from a binary in or out approach to eligibility status. And so currently, it's based off of the inspection and this whether they are acceptable or not. And so what the proposed changes, the biggest parts of the proposed changes is to allow us to consider operations and maintenance, It allows us to consider, information sharing. What is the emergency preparedness that the sponsor is conducting, as well as participation in levee safety program activities. And so this is an effort to really help bring in a more holistic approach to eligibility status. Next slide, please. And then this slide just kind of talks about what comes next after after we issue the notice to public sponsors regarding soliciting for these rehab assistance requests. Once we receive the request, we verify if they are active in the program, and then we will request additional funds from our headquarters to go out and perform field investigations. Then we generate that PIR, the project information report that I mentioned. And then we also consider benefit cost ratio and the 15,000 costs. Once we...
This is President Dolan again. Can you remind me what FCW is? USACE will verify that FCW is active in the RP.
That's the that is the flood control. Can't remember what the W stands for at the moment, but that's essentially the flood control project.
Okay, thank you.
So within California, we mainly focus on levees. However, for flood control projects, we also include dams in it as well. And then I believe that is the last slide that I have. So I will open up for any kind of questions that the board may have.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Board Member Bosler is up first.
Yeah, no, thank you for being here today. I think this presentation is really timely and interesting to me. I'm very familiar with FEMA and mitigation funding, and but I don't have as much familiarity about how that interplays with the PL 8499. I think I got that right.
Yes.
Program. And so when does FEMA mitigation money, can that also be used to rehabilitate the levees, or does that all get deferred to this program?
So unfortunately, I can't really speak on FEMA's authorities in regards to mitigation and their authorities.
Like, let's say there's a presidential declaration, so a major emergency, major disaster, large levee breaks, large flooding. Would that FEMA hazard mitigation money also come to help repair the flood control structures in addition to?
The short answer is probably. And so there's a lot of overlap between our programs.
Right.
And so what I essentially tell people is that FEMA is a resource and the Corps of Engineers is a resource. And so what I tell people is that, sponsors should really seek both resources in order to, find that that kind of support. And Tanya, I think you have your hand up, but do you have any input?
The hazard mitigation program in recent, like the last 10 years, that allow for improvements, that more flexibility, not just putting it back the way it was, which is a really good thing. I know that in the context of fires especially, but.
Yeah, and we're continually working on that policy as well. For example, I think there's, engineering with nature. We're trying to figure out, what is the process if we do engineer with nature and include vegetation into our flood control projects. How do we do that rehabilitation after a flood event? Do we also replant all that vegetation? Do we include 5 years worth of maintaining that vegetation? So that is
Well, I will take this opportunity to say at 10 a.m., Member Grego is able to join us. Welcome. You left the problems with your staff. Can I hear myself? All right, we seem to be having an audio problem with Mr. Yao.
going on.
Oh, I see. I think it's multiple people with hands up. Are you going to ask your question again, Member Bosler, or we just go ahead?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I think that Ms. Dutra from the Army Corps of Engineers also had her hand up. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Ms. Dutra, Tanya Dutra, you're up. Good morning. We see that you are talking, but we do not hear her. I'm waving at the person in the back who knows more than I. No, not yet. His head is down. I'm waiting for his thumb up.
My apologies. I'm looking to see if it's an in-room issue or if it's a Zoom issue, and it appears that it is a Zoom issue. So if you guys can cycle your Zoom accounts, if you're trying to speak with a mute and then unmute yourself, and you should be able to get the audio through.
Could you nod if you heard that? Thank you. We'll see if you can hit those little toggles. I commiserate with you. Been in your spot. You know, what she has up there in the corner is that yellow shield of death. I shouldn't make fun of that kind of stuff. The yellow shield of stop. We're going to let you work that out, and hopefully you can come back, and I'll see if anyone else has questions for Mr. Yao. Mr. Countryman, did you want to say? You do, so you get to.
I have a question, but it doesn't do any good if we can't hear the Corps of Engineers answer.
Can you guys still hear me okay?
Oh, okay. So is your section responsible for processing LOIs?
We are, yes.
Okay, good. Why is it taking so long to get the LOIs approved? It's almost like there's, I don't know how many there must be. And there's a certain process you have to, check all the boxes. Why is the Corps unable to approve these LOIs where we have districts that aren't possibly eligible for PL 8499 because of it?
This is President Dolan. Thank you for that. I would say, is there anything that we can do as a board or with our local maintaining agencies to speed this process up? Because we really have encouraged this and it's very important, but when there's a delay, it can harm restoration and recovery. What can we do to help?
Yeah, I totally understand and empathize with the urgency for these LOIs. And unfortunately, we are quite resource constrained, and like I spoke on earlier, we try to we try to prioritize based on worst first, and in the past we have essentially tried to tackle what is most important currently. And so over the last few years, we've had to respond to multiple wildfires throughout the state, COVID, and multiple flood events. And so unfortunately, this is like the main reason why LOIs can't receive the focus that they really need. And we're working on a plan to tackle our backlog of LOIs in order to get these all taken care of throughout the queue. So we will try our best to come up with a fix-it plan with coordination with the board, and in order to identify what's most important currently. And so we'll have to consider current rehab projects. We'll have to consider which LOIs do we need to look at immediately, and things like that. So yeah, I can't, unfortunately, I can't give you a perfect answer on what is the solution, the way forward. And yeah, unfortunately, we are just kind of resource constrained, so we'll need to prioritize how we do LOIs in conjunction with our rehab, in conjunction with our flood fight and Stafford Act responsibilities. So yeah.
Well, we can relate to that, but we would really, we will work with you to figure this one out. So we'll be asking for updates on how we can help with your backlog.
It's a little disappointing though, actually.
Countryman, Member Bosler, and then Mr. Reinhardt.
Yeah, I hadn't finished. I thought you were going to say headquarters just is slow approving these things. But what you're telling me is it's the Sacramento district that's got the problem. And that's a big concern. I hope that there's something, if we can talk to anybody or whatever to get the proper resources to move this stuff along. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Member Bosler?
Yeah, no, there is a process in which we, as the state of California, can go on record with Congress, and it's through this process that's called the appropriations letter process, where we actually send letters to Congress advocating for things to be included in the budget. And so it seems to me we have a really good case to document the delays here that are significant and inhibiting our ability to make improvements on our system, that we should input that into DWR's submissions into that process.
I see that our executive officer is making a note of that, so we will see what we could do to do that. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, sometimes you just have to rattle somebody. So we'd like to help you with that regard. We know about not having the resources to do something is necessary. So
yeah, it's usually after the president's budget comes out. Congress, I mean, the budget process is very different at the federal level, but they are sent to the committees that handle the appropriations bills, and it's going on record about things that are important to California that be funded.
Okay, we'll set up a meeting with DWR and get moving. I did see Mr. Reinhardt next, and then Member Ramirez. Is that okay? Okay, Mr. Reinhardt.
President Dolan, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Taking precedence over a board member, and I'm in trouble, so go.
Rick Reinhardt commenting on behalf of the Flood Control Association. Just wanted to bring up that the Corps is updating their PL 8499 program, and they had closed a public comment, I think it was a week ago. And one of the comments we submitted is that over time, if you look at how the LOI progress has progressed, initially, it was a pretty simple letter, and they could give approval relatively quickly. But over time, they've shifted more of the requirements that go into the system-wide investment framework forward into the LOI. So it takes far more resource to prepare the LOI. It takes your staff longer to review that LOI. It takes the district staff longer to get to the Corps. So it's a combination of resource issues, but also process issues. And that is something that headquarters could change. And I just wanted to put that on your radar so that as you're engaging with the Corps, both at the district and the headquarters level, that you're also encouraging them to simplify the LOI process back to where it was at the start. It should be very simple to get active, and all of the requirements should be addressed in the system-wide investment framework. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for that. I'm glad that you are on record. Board Member Ramirez, I apologize. You're up.
Thank you. Rick went where I was going to go. The agenda was set up to focus on this issue, not on the recent storms. And our letter that we sent, I think, is consistent with the comments that we just made. Our priority is to get systems into the system, or back into the system and covered. And so we have lots of chances to weigh in on where that needs to happen. If there's a problem, wherever the problem is, we have a way to suggest what could be done about it, whether it's the budget, whether it's addressing vacant positions that the Corps already has, whether it's with our own process or the LMAs. So I think we should just lean on our trustee staff to tell us where we need to push the buttons so that we can then do that. And I'm sure they'll point us in the right direction. So I think the intention has always been to get systems back into the program.
Absolutely.
And that's the letter that we sent a month ago. So we just need to follow up and make sure we continue to advocate for it.
Another option that might sound a little bit crazy, but there's certainly precedent for it, is that in order, if the bottleneck is at the federal side, I mean, the state could consider funding additional staffing at the federal level in order to move that along. I mean, it sounds strange, but you could do that. Yeah.
I think both have done that, yes. Okay, so we've got some suggestions there.
Through the chair.
Our executive officer, our chief engineer are writing those down pretty intently. We're going to work together to figure out how we can, as Member Ramirez eloquently said, rattle somebody. Member Grego.
Yeah, all good suggestions, and I've seen that in practice through local government. But one other thing is that in local government, where we've gotten, tangled up in development, is we hire outside consultants to do some of that extra work, because it's just a temporary solution for a problem that could be solved in process, through the process. So it's another idea that could be on the table. Thank you.
Sometimes don't you just wish, as I do, that you just had this magic wand and all these solutions are implemented and we can move forward on needs? So we'll work on it. Anyone else? Board members, any further questions? Audience? No, I think we'll take Mr. Larson first. Thank you, Annalise. Good morning. I didn't see you come in. Good to see you.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson, Chief of the Levees and Channels Branch in Operations Division at the Corps of Engineers. Just want to say two things here. One, just a comment on the presentation. There was a question on what is an FCW. That is a flood control work. I could read the definition, but it's anything that was constructed as part of the authorized project: levee, channel, flood wall, dam was mentioned. So flood control work is FCW. And then just a comment on this conversation about the process. As one of the levee safety program managers in the district, I personally read every single letter of intent and system-wide improvement framework as those go on up the chain. The letter of intent process has a scripted checklist. It's 3 to 4 pages long. Sometimes it's looking for, say this, a very, very, very simple statement, or looking for a table. And so one thing from the federal side to our partners is, please make sure that those items in the checklist are written in there, and you can identify them. If we can't find them, then it goes back and it causes the lag back and forth. And then one of our charge is, these do go to our division office in San Francisco and our headquarters office in DC. And our charge, and that we're struggling with, is to make sure that we are sticking to the checklist. there are lots of good ideas and comments along the way. And we are working with our reviewers to say, okay, I appreciate that comment. Please, consider the checklist, consider what the requirements are, so that we can move this forward and then you can have the good idea or have that comment in the system-wide improvement framework. The letter of intents, again, are that scripted checklist, where we, in an attempt to get to, I know what I need to put in here. I know what the answer is going to be as this thing moves up the chain. Foreshadowing for the system-wide improvement frameworks, we don't have that checklist. And so that would be something that we could, I would say probably this region of the country has the bulk of the SWIFTs in the nation. So if we could work together on, what we think a good system-wide improvement framework should be, a good template, and as we get into that SWIFT phase, so that we can, have some predictability when it comes to the SWIFTs. I think that would be a good idea going forward. You have our word that the district is going to work on constraining our reviewers to the checklist and making sure that we get the elements in there. And then my ask to folks is making sure that we make sure that all of those elements are in there. If you wanted to fill out the checklist for us and said the thing you're looking for is on page 6, that would be awesome. But otherwise, we'll look for it and we'll find it and we'll show it our headquarters and division staff where we think our sponsor is answering the question. So thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's so helpful. So what you're telling us is that our staff can expedite this by going through this checklist and making sure before they send it to you, every single item in that checklist is there. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That is true. That is correct.
I understand that that's our effort, but we need to scrutinize that and ensure that we are sending this forward in the format that speeds it along. And then there are other suggestions here that once it passes our partner, that we are so happy that you're here and we really appreciate the Sacramento district. You need to know that. We're not criticizing your organization, you as a person or your group. We're just trying to figure out how to make this work better for all of us.
There are thank you, President Dolan. There are absolutely things that are objective, like say this. And there are things that are subjective that need interpretation. And so sometimes we have understanding, there's language going on here. If you talk about the subventions program, I know what that means. I might say, yes, it's in here, let's go. Somebody at the division office or headquarters in DC might not understand that's a program where there is money involved and that is an additional resource for this group to be able to get money to support what they're trying to do. And so, those are the fights that we have that cause things to go back and forth. And then every time we go back and forth, we come to you go to the reclamation districts, local maintaining agencies, and that does unfortunately take time. Trying to minimize back and forth any chance we get. Because that's what drags out the process. Thank you.
All right. That's like a term paper, only shorter.
Morning, President Dolan. Thank you for allowing me to address you. I think this is actually perfectly timely. Wanted to respond to the comments that Mr. Larson made regarding the staff's level of review and processing some of those LOIs. I can attest my group in particular is the one that leads and reviews those documents. Staff does make a concerted and a good effort to review those checklists and make sure that those key items are included in those submittals. So we have been attempting to do that in our submittals. I think what we have experienced is that if we've missed a particular portion of that review, typically there is a significant delay in getting feedback from the Corps in those submissions. Whenever we do receive feedback, we typically turn those around within a couple of days. I mean, we turn those back in those revisions really quickly. But again, I know that they are making an effort. There is a huge backlog on there. And what I wanted to offer the board was a consideration, maybe particularly for the Corps. I guess what I'm looking at, and one of the things that we've been talking about is fearing that we were coming to the 2017 storms, that we were finishing those repairs. We were about to celebrate, and then we hit January 2023, right? So I kind of jinxed myself. I think I told my staff about this. And so, you know, what I think what I had been fearing for a long time is sort of coming to fruition. We have about 20 systems that are currently awaiting an approval from the Army Corps of Engineers for a letter of intent. My fear is that when submissions are submitted for those systems for rehab, those systems automatically will get eliminated because they're not active, right? The LOI has not been approved. A thought of consideration may be, and I don't want to rattle the room here, but you know, if for those systems that have a pending LOI from the Corps, if there is a possibility to consider some conditional approval, you know, an assessment on those LOIs that are waiting for review before that determination is made. I don't know what that would do in terms of the policy. That's more for Jonathan, but maybe worth the conversation given that I think we're going to be faced with that situation in the next month or so. The very reality that the many systems might not be active, might not be eligible for that funding.
Well, you have given us something to immediately focus on. Yeah, wow. Process. Yes, there has to be a way to move this forward. I can't think of it right now, but we'll do it. Right minds will get together. Any other feedback, comments from the audience? Any hands up online? Okay. Then thank you, sir.
President Dolan, this is Megan Nagy from RD 108.
Sorry, we didn't see your hand there.
That's okay. I just want to say I can appreciate the discussion on the LOI. I am responsible for one of those systems that's awaiting approval. However, I think a bigger concern out there are for those of us who are eligible, the delays in the process of actually fixing actual damages. We have sites from 2019 that remain unrepaired. We were just told earlier this week that the highest levels of the Corps have approved a delay. The staff had told us, I guess, back in December that they were delaying construction again until 2024. We asked that they elevate it. They did have meetings up through the commander, and we were informed that they are delaying until 2024. These are sites that were damaged in 2019 and frankly were later inspected, and we were told that they were unacceptable, likely to prevent the system from performing in the next flood event. So as we approach 2023, what I would ask is we focus on how do we not repeat what happened in 2019 and make sure that the program is done the way it's meant to be done. In 2017, those exact same sites were repaired in a matter of months, or same type of sites in a matter of months, not years. And so I'd look for your help and leadership to make sure as we progress through the 2023 storm event, that the process that Jonathan put on that last slide, as far as PIR in 40 days and approval and repair before next flood season, is actually achieved. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Thank you for your request. I think we have the same priority. Mr. Wielden, someone said you had your hand up. The screen's not big enough for me to see. So Dave Wielden, do you have a comment? I know, then we'll go back to our.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Dave Wielden, Department of Water Resources, Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. I've received the notice that went out and just had a few quick questions. I thought this might be a good opportunity to provide some clarity on a few of the items in that letter. First off, the notice from the USACE dated February 21st requests or offers that no later than 14 days from the date of this notice that the sponsors could submit a request for preliminary assessment of damages. And then so that's 14 days from the 21st. That's March 7th. So that's or the first, the end of first week of March. So that date is coming up. Just wanted to kind of bring that to the attention of everyone listening here. And also ask a question. I'm assuming that does not preclude any other damage submittals if they don't submit these requests within 14 days. So that's one question I have. Maybe we could have an answer to that.
I can address that question. And so really the intent for that, the 14 days, is so that we can, again, utilize this creative financing that we're trying to do to utilize our response funds in order to get ahead of these inspections. We really need to think about returning those response funds and then opening the rehab program. And so the intent for these preliminary damage assessments is to kind of speed up that process. And so this does not preclude the rehab requests once the rehab program is open. So once these requests come in, we will prioritize these damaged sites and send out a team to go assist and conduct these preliminary damage assessments, and hopefully that will help us screen some of the damaged locations in preparation for the work ahead.
Fantastic.
Hopefully.
Thank you, John. And just another related point on that, the letter from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board is asking similarly for those to be submitted to them. So it looks like the board simultaneously submit those requests to the board and also to the SAC district. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you for the assistance in answering that.
All right, thank you for that.
President Dolan, I'd just like to interject quickly. If I could just remind the speakers to please state their name before they speak. We have a conversation going back and forth, and just so the record is clear, and we can identify who's actually speaking, I'd appreciate it if you could state your name before speaking each time. Thank you so much.
I'll take that reminder too, Mr.
I think it's fine for the board members since you call them out, but when we have people going back and forth.
No, I understand that. I get it. We got people on screen, people here, and board members who all want to talk. So I'm juggling. We'll make sure that they're all identified. We have someone doing the transcript. They need to know who's talking. By the way, it's Jane Dolan. Board members, audience, I'm relying on two techie folks way beyond me to tell me if a hand's up. Mr. Wielden, is your hand still up? No.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, so you get to do that.
Dave Wielden.
And I can only see 10 at a time, so I don't know who else is there. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Jonathan Yao from the Corps. We'll take your memo and your emails. Tanya Dudra, sorry about the problems. We commiserate. Annalise, where'd you go? Thank you for putting this on. Let's have it somewhat of a regular update of what's going on and how we can help. And thank you, staff, for taking all your notes that we're going to move to see how we can rattle this process and move it forward. My intention is to take the next two informational items, thinking that they're not going to take 45 minutes. Presentators need to know I just said that, and then we'll take a break. Item 8B, as in boy. Did you want to say something?
All right.
North Fork Feather River at Chester. We're aware of this because it is ours.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Mr.
up near
Mao.
Chico. Good
Eric
morning.
Mao from our staff will introduce us.
Thank you, President Dolan, Executive Officer Beckus, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Juan Gonzalez from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. Juan is the inspection manager at USACE SAC District, and he'll give a presentation on his team's inspection of the North Fork Feather River at Chester, East and West levee systems. After the presentation, I will provide board's analysis regarding the inspection. And after my presentation, if there are additional questions, the local maintaining agency, Mr. Rob Thorman of Plumas County, he should be present virtually. With that, I'll turn that over to Juan for his presentation.
Thank you, Eric.
Good morning, Mr. Juan Gonzalez. You're on.
Good morning. Thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak again. As Eric mentioned, I'm Juan Gonzalez. I am the chief of the inspection section within the Sacramento District Operations Division. Here to talk about two systems, initially North Fork Feather River at Chester East levee system, as well as the West levee system. So there's two systems here we'll talk about. On this map, we can see that there's both systems here. We have the orange line on the east side. That is the North Fork Feather River East levee system. And then the purple line, which is the North Fork Feather River West levee system. Part of this flood control work is the diversion structure at the top. And then we've got 7 drop structures within the channel. And so these two systems are within Plumas County, California, located near the town of Chester. And in total, we inspected about 3.2 miles. This report card is for the West levee system. The system is active based on this inspection. There is no SWIF or LOI currently, and so we do have some unacceptable observations that are reflected within the inspection report. They are denoted here with the yellow colors, but they are represented by minimally acceptable, and so we have that in the encroachment, vegetation, and depression reading categories. On the next system here, did that switch?
Yes.
Sorry. There we go. This is the other system here. The report card for the East levee system is similar, also active, no LOI, no SWIF. Yellow M's shown under the encroachments, vegetation, sod cover, and depression reading.
Recording in progress.
You're being recorded.
And then we've got a report card as well for the channel portion. As I mentioned, there's 7 drop structures. And so we looked at the features that are within the channel. Everything there was at least minimally acceptable.
I have this one here that's all green. When's that coming up? Got it. We like being the A student, not the B plus. Okay. Photos.
There we go. Sorry. Clicker didn't have good reception probably. All right, so 4 photos here. Photo 1, this is a rock quarry that showed up in the periodic inspection, and so just below the number 1 there, that's the levee embankment itself. Back when the periodic inspection was done, this rock quarry was literally one and the same with the levee itself, and so there was a 60-foot drop right at the edge of the levee. It's since been filled in to a certain extent. You can see the equipment sitting there, and so there has been improvement here. Photo 2, demonstrating there's some utilities out there that are unpermitted. So just capturing that as just a representative condition. Photo 3, this is just north of that rock quarry in photo 1. You can see the same tree line. This is a relatively deep ditch that's kind of perpendicular to the levee itself. Captured within the easement of the levee itself, the flood control project itself, and that's why it's there. Photo 4, it's a little bit difficult to capture these types of photos, but you can see that there's a red circle there that's showing a loss of material. So there was some traffic going up and down the slope here, likely because of the cleanup efforts after the fire went through here. And so there's quite a bit of that.
That's certainly what it looks like,
Yeah,
those burned stumps.
our inspection was delayed because of the fires, unfortunately.
Unpermitted structures? PG&E likely. Let's see.
That's the end of my slides. If
Okay.
anybody has questions, I'm happy to.
Any questions on the presentation? Board members? We've been asked by our online board member to speak more clearly into this so he can hear all of us. Anyone in the room? Any hands up? Mr. Jones?
Through the chair.
Mr. Saycog? Forgot your name, sorry. Member Grego?
On item 3, is that an active mining operation that's there?
I don't know if you guys.
Mr. Mao, can you answer that question?
We do have Mr. Rob Thorman of Plumas County on the line. Maybe he can answer that.
Thank you for that. I should call on the local sponsor of this. Mr. Thurman, Plumas County? You are allowed to speak.
This is Eric Mao. I think they're trying to probably unmute him right now, or maybe I'll give my presentation first and maybe he'll.
You may start, Mr. Mao, and then you can stop if he starts talking.
Okay, we'll try to come back to Ms. Griego's question.
Let's fill in the silence with words.
Okay, great. So I'm going to have the change of PowerPoint for that. But Mr. Thurman, if you're on at any time, feel free to speak. As they're putting up the PowerPoint, I'll just.
How many more slides do you have?
I have 2 or 3. Just 2 or 3 slides.
Okay.
With the report card, with the good report card. And then 8C is one coming up again.
I'll stop interrupting you. Please proceed.
No problem. Perfect. My name is Eric Mao, board staff. So again, the first image is a vicinity map of the location, 50 miles northeast of the wonderful city of Chico. It's levee systems adjacent to Lake Almanor, a beautiful lake there in Plumas County, again around 3.2 miles. So just wanted to reiterate what Juan mentioned. So sorry, here's the image here. And actually for folks who are giving presentation, the receiver is actually back there, so you might have to point back to make sure it clicks. So we have two figures here, 1.89 miles east levee, 1.36 miles west levee. It's kind of hard to see, but I just wanted to reiterate that the east and the west levee system are active. They're one of the rare situations where there's no LOI or SWIFT, but because they had a passing report card, no red, pink, or purple unacceptable items, then they are active under PL 8499. So the report card just shows areas of improvement since the last inspection in 2015. Green shows improvement. You see flood fight preparedness, veg growth, slope stability. So those are all improvements. And yes, so I believe if Mr. Rob Thorman is on and would like to just speak on operations and maintenance in general, or maybe answer some questions, that will end my presentation.
He's,
All right, thank you. First, Mr. Countryman, Board Member Countryman. What are we doing about the encroachments?
The slide the core showed isn't this. It showed under encroachments M. So I don't understand.
Oh, so there might be encroachments, and I believe that when I checked, there were actually no pipe-related encroachments. So there might be encroachments, but they either have met the current standard or they're not like severe enough to be impacting during the next flood. Is that you want to add anything?
It doesn't say acceptable, it says minimally.
Minimally acceptable. Okay.
Hi, this is Rob Thorman. I think I'm unmuted.
Never mind. Mr. Thurman is unmuted?
Yes.
Don't we love this, Mr. Thurman? Good morning, and you're on.
Morning. Thank you. Yeah, I can confirm that quarry is an active quarry that's adjacent to the the east levee there. It is in operation, and we have worked with them in the past in filling in some of the encroachment that they had done and coming too close to that levee.
Well, that's an interesting response. I'm a former county supervisor. I know exactly what you're saying. So we'll follow up with you.
Thank you for the response. And I just was trying to make a correlation between the reclamation plan and how they work with the levee district. So I'll wait for that answer later, but you saw where I was going with that, President Dolan.
Yes, we're not solving that at this point.
Okay.
Any other comments? Member Bosler, did I? Okay, no, you didn't. Board members? Audience in the room? Mr. Countryman? More?
Am I wrong that this is not consistent with what the Corps showed us? The Corps showed us encroachments. You showed no encroachment problem.
Juan Gonzalez with the Corps. I can address that. So what is on the report card that I showed was yellow M.
Yes.
And so that was minimally acceptable. The yellow, there's a footnote at the bottom of the report card. So the yellow M includes unacceptable items that are not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event, like that utility that I showed.
I understood yours,
Yeah.
but I don't understand this. This shows nothing.
Yeah, Eric Mao from the board. So I will answer that, and that's a very good question. How come it's not yellow anymore? So this is a comparison report card. So I'm taking Juan's report card, the Corps' report cards from 2015, and the most recent one, and I'm comparing them and seeing if there's improvements. So this is not, there might be even like some M's or A's that are green. So some of the A's here are green, but it's a change, correct. And I know it's confusing because there's also yellow up there that says change from NA to rated. So maybe we should change the color, but this is purely a comparison. And as you see in the presentation 8C, you'll see red, which means it has worsened, and then you'll see green, which shows improvement. So that's purely to show, since the last inspection, what changes were made. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thurman, for joining the call. We really appreciate Plumas County and all of our LMAs just being proactive to join the meetings and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and he speaks for the board, Mr. Thurman, for that, and we'll be in touch to work together to resolve their questions. So thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of our state. Sorry about the fire damage, but we'll recover.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any summations?
I don't.
All right, so the board, that we're complete with that item, is that right?
That is, yes,
Okay,
Eric
great.
Mao, that's
Thank you
complete.
all. Then we will proceed with item 8C.
That's correct. Eric Mao from the
Oh,
board.
you're
and
still
I'm,
standing there because this is you. I'm sorry that I
it
didn't say
is
that,
me.
Mr.
It's a little
Mao.
tricky with the introduction, so I apologize.
This is the Saciolo South Levy System,
Yes.
Mr. Mao.
And I'm just going to introduce Mr. Juan. He'll just come up and jump right into 8C. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, good morning again.
Morning. Waiting for them. Just waiting for the slides here.
I'd allow you to start talking even without that, sir.
Thank you. So I'm here to talk about the Saciolo South levee system. The system is located within the two counties, Yolo and Solano counties. It is comprised of 7 segments.
Lots of red.
As shown on this map. And so we've got the Yolo bypass on the west side. We've got the Sacramento River, Minor Slough, Sutter Slough, and then Elk Slough down, surrounding the east and the south side. In total, the system that we inspected was just over 40 miles in length. This is the report card, so showing all 7 segments. The system does not have an LOI or SWIFT. It is currently inactive. You can see the red items here showing observations that were observed to likely prevent performance the next flood event. Yellow being unacceptable, not likely to prevent performance the next flood event. A note here that the pink here is just showing that, hey, these unacceptable observations were captured in the past and they weren't corrected, and so they did turn pink. Photos, 4 photos that we're looking at. First photo is showing an open pipe, no closure, no flap gate. Obviously water can get through that pipe and get to the land side. Photo 2, a little bit hard to tell, but there's a number of animal burrows within this levee embankment, just capturing that in this photo. Photo 3, there were a number of areas where it appeared that people were walking down constantly and just creating these paths. And so there's a loss of material on the embankment itself. Photo 4, this is an erosion site where we have active erosion starting to encroach, eating into the embankment. That's my last slide. Happy to take questions if there's questions.
Any questions at this point, board members? Seems not. Audience members? Seems not. Any hands up? That's not, the heads are not nodding, they're shaking, so no hands up. I think I have that right. So thank you for that. Any summations, Mr. Meow?
Eric Mao from the board. I was going to just, give my 2-3 slides presentation of staff's analysis. So if that PowerPoint could be brought up, please. Okay, thank you so much, Juan. And Eric Mao, board staff, I'll be sharing just some findings based on these inspections. So once that PowerPoint is up, we'll have that.
Are these slides different than the ones we just saw? I know the comparison one is because it's a bunch of green.
Yeah, it's a different vicinity map, different comparison report cards.
Right. By the way, that first voice was Jane Dolan, the second was Eric Mao. And now it's going to go to Eric Mao.
Great, thank you, Eric Mao, board staff. Okay, perfect, thank you. So here we have the vicinity map. The levee system is about 10 miles southwest of the city of Sacramento. This levee system is part of Yolo in Solano County. It's a pretty big one, about 40 miles. And the report card rated this system as inactive under PL 8499. Oh, sorry, here's another image of the 7 federal segments. Okay. So RD 999 is the lead agency, and they have submitted a letter of intent, which the board approved as a consent item in September of 2022. So we have a good number of systems of LOIs that we have submitted and we're waiting for approval. This is a small aside, but the one that's closest to being approved is the San Joaquin River East levee system, which we submitted in the middle of last year, and that's at headquarters. So we're hoping, really praying that that will get approved before the PL 8499 is activated, is opened. Okay, so the system received a lot of unacceptable ratings: encroachment, slope instability, erosions, bank caving, animal rutting, etc. It's a big system, and that's typical to manage and do O&M for. The last slide I will have shows that comparison report card, right? And as you can see, there has been improvements in flood fight preparedness, slope instability, erosions and bank caving, and also areas that have worsened in veg growth, settlement, and depressions. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the MBK engineers who represents the system. We have Mike Moncrief and Tina Anderson on the line if there are any questions. Thank you.
We'll go right to those questions and we'll ask, I'm not sure who to ask first. If they're online, I can't say both of them because then we won't hear either one. So I'll let you identify who goes first, Mr. Mao.
Okay. Eric Mao, board staff. So if Tina or Mike, if you want to add anything or say anything, please feel free to do so. If there are any questions, please address it to Tina.
Hi, this is Tina Anderson, MBK Engineers. If anyone has any questions, I'm welcome to answer anybody's.
Anyone have any questions? I see no nods from my board members. I see no one in the room, and I'm told there are no hands up. Thank you for joining us, though.
Thank you.
Does Mr. Monteith want to say anything, or is that?
He is not on the line.
Okay.
Okay. Eric Mao, board staff. So again, this has an LOI that is awaiting review. A lot of our district engineers, they do a great job with these LOIs. There is a template that we try to follow to minimize, reinventing the wheel. There's a template that they follow that they've done either before in their agency or previous agencies. We share that freely with any LMA that would like to see what that template looks like. And so we do try to make it smooth for them to do that so that we can have those reviews done at a timely manner.
Board Member Countryman.
Mr. Ryan Larson suggested that we provide a table or something that says this item is in the checklist and this is where you find it. That would expedite the whole process. Have we tried to do something like that?
Eric Mao, board staff. I think in the early parts of maybe the beginning parts of the LOI process, we didn't do that, but at least for the past few years, we've been doing that. Sometimes we do miss it. We're imperfect. I do my review, and before it even gets to the core, we do our review, and if they're missing, page 4, this section about FEMA or about other partnering agencies, we send it back. It doesn't even go to the core. So we try to do that first. Sometimes we miss it. As Mr. Larson mentioned, sometimes there are some comments from division that don't relate to the checklist that do come back sometimes. I cannot speak for what they deal with. I know that they do really do their best, but we have been doing that checklist process.
Right, but that's not quite my question. Do we explicitly put a table?
Yes.
At the end of the report that says this checklist item, this is where you find it?
Yes, there is a 3-4 page LOI checklist that we need the LMAs to submit to us along with their LOI. They do it themselves and they send it to us and then we check it.
So we are doing that right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is Jane Dolan. I'm looking to see if any board members want to submit comments. I'm looking to see if anyone in the audience is raising their hand to me, and I'm going to ask Mr. Jones if he sees any hands up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate these. If you feel like I'm rushing you, I apologize, but I am. We are going to take a break until 11 a.m. We're going to get organized. Don't leave just yet. I want to tell you when we get to board items. This is the order I'm going to do because it's not the order that's on the agenda. The first one is going to be the permit revocation. That would be B. It's now number 1. The next one will be the Lower San Joaquin transfer of operation and maintenance. That was E. It's now going to be number 2. The next one is board committee charter approvals and board liaison assignments. That would have been something else. It's now number 3. The fourth will be the North Streams informational item on a future operation and maintenance transfer. And the fifth will be a presentation of a pending substantial number of permits for a good project, but large for Caltrans. All right, so that's a rearrangement for those of you that can prepare, including staff and board. So thank you. Adjourned or recess until 11. This is President Dolan. My vice president said it's 11 o'clock. Plus 17. For those of you that are online, thank you for being so patient with this. Folks in the room are taking advantage of what we're able to do when we take breaks in meeting, which is to talk, cooperate, and maybe collude, but I'm not sure about that. We'll see. But I'm still getting them to sit down, so, oh no, everything that's, yeah, happy voices. So the board is reconvening. We are very quickly, I want to tell you all that, to take and give notice to item 9A. That's a single letter and item under 9, Department of Water Resources information, and they provide that to us. I'm looking to see if there's anyone in the room, and I don't see that, but we were told a couple days ago, we, the board, the staff, that they were not going to give a presentation. So what they're providing to us is information that there's a reorganization within their big department. The Division of Multi-Benefits Initiative and Division of Flood Management are taking on different parts of plan update. At some point, we'll have more of a conversation on that, but not today. So we're going to move to item 10, which is board items.
President Dolan,
Member Ramirez.
I apologize for interrupting. Can I just jump in for a moment
Board
before we
members
start?
never interrupt.
Before we start
Member
10,
Ramirez.
thank you. I just wanted to put a fine point on the items under 8 before we jump to 10. And I think this was already covered, but I just wanted to make sure it was really clear in the record. Based on the staff recommendations and discussions we had and the examples, especially of the systems that are not eligible right now, but they have SWIFTs submitted, I would ask that you consider sending a letter to the Colonel preemptively that would request that the systems for which SWIFTs have been submitted but not yet reviewed and approved be eligible for this next round that they're going to open up in April, no later than June. And I think that was partly discussed, but I would just like to make sure that that was there. And I think it was already on your list of things to do. I just wanted to make it really clear for everybody else that was the case. Is that okay?
That's better than okay. So a letter will go forthwith to the Colonel, signed by the President, requesting that all systems that have a letter of intent submitted but not yet approved can go forward with the requests for the damages of.
Great, thank you. And I think we have a good track record. I think all the ones that have been submitted have been approved. It just takes a while. So hopefully this is not a big ask, but it could make a big difference.
We have discovered that, and there's a certain amount of diligence and frankly, a certain amount of bureaucracy. We all have that. When things are approved, just waiting for signature, waiting for something there. And we're certainly acutely aware of lack of resources, but this is important. And those are submitted. There are, by my experience, none of them have been denied. It's just a matter of process of getting them through all the levels of signature. So we'll get that there. Thank you for saying that and putting it in the record. I'm just looking at board members to see if they want to interrupt me again. No one in the audience is brave enough. We'll make sure the next meeting we do hear from DWR. Item number 10 is board items. So let me remind people again of what the order is. The first one up will be item 10B. Second one up will be item 10E. Third one up will be item 11B, as in boy. The next one up will be item 10A, and the last one will be item 10C. And I apologize for that distinction, but I've been trying to group things each time by what action and what's information. So the first one is Sacramento East Levy Contract 4, a hearing to adopt a permit revocation of for encroachment removal. And I will not say the rest of it because I'm going to ask Dennis Bartolome to introduce this item. Mr. Bartolome, I'm not sure I've actually met you in person before. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Good, thank you. Good morning. For our audience, it's not here in the room, we'll need you to speak as close as possible to that microphone.
All right. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. My name is Dennis Bartolome, board staff of the Sacramento Levy Section. I'll be covering agenda item 10B, which is an action item. And this is for the permit revocation and encroachment removal order hearing for permit numbers 6292-A, GM revised, 6292-A, and 6292 for property address 967 Pinman Drive. The property owners for this address are Patrick Pham and Ann Nguyen, and the permittee for the permits is Charles Suzelle. I'll also be accompanied by Senior Staff Counsel Peter Tyberg, who will first make an opening remark for this presentation. So with that, I'll give the mic to Peter.
Thank you. Let's see here.
Good morning, Mr. Dyberg. You're going to recite what the purpose is, correct?
Correct. Thank you, President Dolan. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President of the Alliance, and members of the board. My name is Peter Thyberg, and I'm an attorney with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm here today representing the board's Sacramento Levy Section. I'm joined here by Dennis Bartolome, board staff, and Selva Mohan, chief for the Sacramento Levy Section. I have a few preliminary remarks and some procedural recommendations before I hand it over to Mr. Bartolome for the board staff's presentation. Board staff is here to request that the board issue a permit revocation and encroachment removal order for encroachments at 967 Piedmont Drive in Sacramento. These encroachments impact upcoming work for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract Number 4, a component of the American River Common Feature 2016 project. These encroachments must be removed before construction can begin. The Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, a project partner, and board staff have reached out to the respondents, Patrick Pham and Ann Nguyen, several times to facilitate the removal of these encroachments. However, the respondents have not engaged with board staff or SAFCA, requiring board staff to pursue this action to seek an order revoking the permit and removing the encroachments. I'm now going to address some of the procedure for this hearing and make a few recommendations. This board item is an evidentiary hearing. In an evidentiary hearing, the board may consider all relevant evidence, provided that it is the type of evidence on which responsible persons are accustomed to rely in the conduct of serious affairs. Live witnesses may be put on during the hearing. While we do not anticipate putting on live witnesses during staff's presentation, local representatives from SAFCA are available in support of this item and can answer any questions that the board may have. If live witnesses were put on, cross-examination would not be permitted unless authorized by the board. Under the regulations, the board may impose reasonable time limits for presentations. Board staff propose the following order presentations and time limits. Board staff propose that the board staff go first and have 30 minutes for the presentation. The respondents would also have 30 minutes. Each side would have 15 minutes for any rebuttal. At the conclusion of the hearing, the board may adopt, amend, or reject all or part of board staff's staff report and proposed permit revocation and encroachment removal order. The board may also direct a board member along with board legal counsel and independent support staff to prepare proposed factual findings and a decision for adoption by the board at a subsequent meeting. Board staff requests that the board adopt its proposed time limits and order of presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions regarding my opening remarks or recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thyberg. Your time limits seem generous, but I'll accept those. Does the board accept them?
Thank you.
Oh, I do have a question. Since this is evidentiary, are people to take an oath?
Yes, an oath would, yes.
I was just going to.
You're going to do that for the whole room, just in case they're want to come. Does that include the board?
It does not include the board. It only includes people who are providing testimony, which would be witnesses. I believe we do not have the respondent here today, as my understanding is that they have not responded to any of the outreach that the board or SAFCA has tried. And so it would only be, as I understand it, our staff that I would be swearing in unless there's members of SAFCA that intend to
Well,
speak.
our staff and perhaps Sacramento representatives here that may or may not choose to speak. So I'll ask you to issue the, or ask for the oath.
Thank you.
Mr. Dua.
Thank you. So for those individuals anticipating to testify in today's hearing, please swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, and if you could just, before speaking, just affirm that you had taken the oath when presenting before the board. We'd appreciate that for the record. Thank you.
So thank
Put
you,
that one
Peter.
down. Mr. Dua, you know everybody who did that, right? Okay.
Yes, we have.
Excellent.
All right, thank you, Peter. I'll confirm that I've taken the oath.
Introduce yourself again, please.
Again, this is Dennis Bartolome, board staff of the Sacramento Levy Section.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Peter, for those opening remarks. So now, before I go in depth with this presentation, I wanted to go over the proposed board action for today's agenda. And that is to, one, adopt the permit revocation and encroachment removal order that revokes permit number 6292-A GM revised, 6292-A and 6292, and orders the removal of associated encroachments within the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project footprint at this property, and the CEQA findings that the proposed action is exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines section 15321, and two, delegates the board president to sign the permit revocation and encroachment removal order, and lastly, directs the executive officer to issue the permit revocation and encroachment removal order and take the necessary action to file a CEQA notice of exemption with the state clearinghouse. Now, I'll now indicate the location of the encroachments. The encroachments are located within a portion of Little Pocket on the left bank levee of the Sacramento River. And as you can see, it's just west of I-5 Interstate at 967 Pittman Drive in the city of Sacramento. Here's just a side map of the property. The encroachments are located within the red circle boundary, and it is encroached along the Sacramento River on the left bank levee, and the maintaining agency for this area is Maintenance Area 9. So I wanted to briefly provide some background on the information of the project and encroachments for this agenda. The encroachments on this property have been identified as impacting the construction of the seepage and stability component of the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4, known as the Sorrel C4 project, which is a component of the larger American River Common Features 2016 ARCF16 project. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, known as USACE, construction schedule for the project indicates that construction will begin in early April 2023. Therefore, the encroachments located within the project construction footprint must be removed to ensure that there are no impediments or delays to the project schedule. And so the project cannot proceed with the encroachments in place. And I do want to emphasize that the construction is coming up, and so the removal of encroachments are a necessity prior to the commencement of the project. Now, with the seepage stability levee improvements, the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, known as SAFCA, established the Encroachment Removal Incentive Program, known as the ERIP, which provides incentives for voluntary removal of encroachments by property owners in exchange for removal assistance and compensation. To date, the property owners have not participated to the ERIP after 4 notices. And property owners have not responded to the board staff's December 27, 2022 notification letter, nor the January 20, 2023 revocation package that was sent to the property address. And I do want to make clear that the property owners have not made any contact at any point of time with the board staff regarding the removal of the encroachments. Now, there are 4 permitted encroachments that are impacted by the Sorrel C4 project in this property. Item 1, concrete steps with wooden handrail on the landside levee slope. Item 2, the wooden utility pole on the waterside levee crown. Item 3, the electrical conduit through the levee. And item 4, the sprinkler system on the landside and waterside levee slopes. And here's just the pictures of the encroachments as mentioned. 1 is the concrete steps and wooden handrail. 2, the utility pole. 3, the electrical conduit. And 4, the sprinkler system. I'll now go over the key dates for all 3 permits. On September 16, 1968, the permittee submitted permit application number 6292 for construction of 2 timber piles, dock float, ramp float, and concrete steps. On October 15, 1968, USACE issued a no objection letter for permit application number 6292, submitted by the permittee for plans covering the construction of concrete steps and boating facility in and near the left bank of the Sacramento River. On October 24, 1968, the board issued permit 6292 to the permittee to construct floating dock, ramp, and concrete steps on the left bank of the Sacramento River. October 23, 1971, permittee submitted permit application number 6292-A to erect fences, sprinkler system, light pole, replace wood steps, and other items on the left bank of the Sacramento River. On September 29, 1971, USACE issued a no objection letter for permit application number 6292-A, submitted by the permittee for plans covering the installation of a sprinkler system, utilities, fence, and stairway in and near the left bank of the Sacramento River. On October 20, 1971, the board issued permit 6292-A to the permittee to erect fences, sprinkler system, light pole, replace wood steps, and other items on the left bank of the Sacramento River. And lastly, April 26, 1995, the board issued permit 6292-A, GM revised, to permittee to authorize a fence on the landside levee toe, a sprinkler system, and a light pole, and replace wood steps and other items on the left bank of the Sacramento River, downstream from Captain's Table. And this project is located in the city of Sacramento at 967 Pinman Drive. Now I'll go over the key dates leading up to today's permit revocation and removal order hearing. On May 24, 2022, SAFCA issued a notice to the property owners requesting the removal of encroachments and offering incentive assistance associated with the encroachments on the property for upcoming levee improvements. On July 19, 2022, SAFCA issued a second notice to the property owners. On September 6, 2022, SAFCA issued a third notice to the property owners. On September 27, 2022, SAFCA sent the fourth and final notice to the property owners. On December 27, 2022, staff sent a notification letter to the property owners indicating the board's intent to initiate revocation proceedings for the encroachments impacting construction of the Sorrel Seaport improvements. On January 20, 2023, board staff sent the notice of public hearing, including the permit revocation package to the property owners with the hearing date of February 24, 2023. And lastly, on February 16, 2023, board staff sent the February 24, 2023 board agenda to the property owners. And I do want to make this clear that property owners did not make any contact in between any of these dates.
This is President Dolan. Excuse me for the interruption while your presentation. I noticed that at least one of these was sent by certified mail. Was that picked up and signed for?
Yes, I'm actually going to present that
Then I
slide
should
right
let
now.
you talk.
So here's just the shows the proof of delivery of the hearing notice and the permit revocation package to the property address. And as you can see by the tracking number, it was delivered and left with the individual. For the tracking?
Member Grego indicates that it does not say that there is a signature on that. But it was handed to a person?
Yes, Peter Thyberg here. What's interesting when it comes to certified mail is a process that guarantees delivery. The green signature is actually a return receipt. So certified indicates that it was sent there and tracked. A return receipt, while ideal and an extra step, it's actually one step beyond a typical certified mail process.
So, thank you, if you'll let me pursue this.
Yes, Member Grego.
So when you don't have a signature, how do you know who received it? I mean, other than you might be fulfilling an obligation, but there's been no contact with these property owners. And we're setting this stage right here for, if we have to go to court, how do we justify that they actually knew about this if there's been no contact? Do they still live there?
I don't know if they live there or not. It's something that I wouldn't be able to say either way, but I can say as to what the water code requires, does require certified mail, which we've met that, and Mr. Bartolome will get into the next step about posting it on the door as well. But yes, we have met the water code requirements as to proper service. Bear in mind, if you were in a typical civil court proceeding, personal service would be required. But that's not what the water code requires for an administrative hearing like this.
Yeah, and I understand that. I've been through a lot of these procedures, and, for me, I think when we're going to be taking down things that were permitted in the past, that we have some kind of communication with the landowner. That's my feeling if this was to go to court. I'd like to be able to explain to the judge, yeah, we did talk to them.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Dennis Bartolome, Board Staff, Sacramento Levy Section. I'll just continue here. And on top of mailing out those hearing notice and revocation package, Board staff also hand-delivered the package to the property address on January 20, 2023, and it was left on their front doorsteps. Now, the the permit revocation actions are governed by Title 23, California Code of Regulations, Section 28A, which allows the board to revoke any previously issued permits under certain circumstances. And the regulations listed here applies for this case. So Section 28A sub 3, one or more of the conditions of the permit or approval have not been satisfied or have been violated. On Section 28A sub 5, the activity permitted by the permit or approval violates an applicable statute, law, or regulation, including but not limited to federal law or regulations. Section 28A sub 6, the activity permitted by the permit or approval is detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or interferes with the successful execution, functioning, or operation of any flood control system feature. And lastly, Section 28A sub 8, the permit is for an encroachment that the board has offered to be removed or modified because it makes one of the findings in Water Code 8702. Now, pursuant to Title 23, Section 28B, the board shall follow the hearing procedures in Section 25, and that is for the permit revocation hearings. Section 28B sub 3, in addition to the notice requirements of Section 25, the notice shall describe any permit conditions. Per Title 23, Section 28C, the board may hold a single hearing to consider permit revocation, removal, or modification of a permitted encroachment and approval of an enforcement order. Now, the encroachment removal actions are governed by Water Code Section 8702A, which provides that if the board, following a notice and opportunity for a hearing, may order the removal or modification of an encroachment that was previously issued a permit by the board if the board makes one of the following findings based on substantial evidence. And that is per Water Code Section 8702A sub 2, the encroachment significantly impairs the functional capability of the levee, channel, flood control work, or other facility of the state plan of flood control to fulfill its particular intended role in the overall flood control plan. Per Water Code Section 8702D, if the board orders the removal or modification of a previously permitted encroachment, the permit for the encroachment shall be modified or revoked accordingly. Now, the board has easements through the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District, known as SSJDD, for flood control, which was recorded on March 13, 2020, under deed 14700. As the successor to the deed's grantor, property owners Patrick Famine and Nguyen are subject to the terms of the easement. And this figure here just shows the SSJDD easement that's depicted by the green layer going through the subject property. That's outlined by the red boundary. Also, the board has the authority to order the removal of the encroachments under the following permit condition. Condition number 1 of permit number 6292-A GM revised states that this permit is issued under provisions of sections 8700 to 8723 of the Water Code. Now, moving on to the staff analysis for the permit revocation action. As mentioned in the previous slides, encroachment numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 are within the Sorrel C4 project construction footprint. Staff recommends that the subject permits identified be revoked and the associated encroachments ordered to be removed due to their interference with the successful execution, functioning, or operation of the levee. And this is per Title 23, Section 28, A sub 6. If the permitted encroachments are not removed, USACE will be unable to successfully implement the Sorrel C4 project, which will interfere with the successful execution, functioning, or operation of the levee, because the levee currently, with the seepage and slope instability, does not meet current federal and state standards. Now, moving on to the encroachment removal order. Staff recommends that the board order the removal of the permitted encroachments within the Sorrel C4 project construction footprint because they significantly impair the functional capability of the levee to fulfill its intended role in the overall flood control plan. And this is per Water Code Section 8702, A sub 2. And per the Sorrel C4 project, the removal order is necessary as part of this project. If USACE is unable to successfully implement the Sorrel C4 project to improve seepage and stability, the levee's functionality will be significantly impaired and may lead to levee failure. Now, the board has prepared the following CEQA determination. The board, acting as the CEQA lead agency, has determined the enforcement action to revoke and order removal of encroachments authorized under permit number 6292-A GM revised, 6292-A, and 6292, and is categorically exempt in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15321, under class 21A, enforcement actions by regulatory agencies. Additionally, these encroachments removals were discussed and analyzed within the USACE and board's joint document for the ARCF 2016 Sorrel C4 project supplemental environmental assessment / EIR, State Clearinghouse SCH number 200-507-2046, dated October 2022, and no further CEQA analysis is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162. Now, the recommended board actions for this agenda is, again, 1, adopt the permit revocation and encroachment removal order that revokes permit number 6292-A GM revised, 6292-A, and 6292, and orders the removal of associated encroachments within the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project footprint at this property, and the CEQA findings that the proposed action is exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines section 15321, and 2, delegates the board president to sign the permit revocation and encroachment removal order, and lastly, directs the executive officer to issue the permit revocation and encroachment removal order, and take the necessary actions to file a CEQA notice of exemption with the state clearinghouse. And with that, that concludes this presentation. Now open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The first is to ask if board members have any questions or need for clarification of the report. Looking to my right, looking to my left. Am I allowed to ask the audience if they can?
No, we can check
Anyone?
to see if the respondent has
So nice it's a
unexpectedly,
respondent.
if they have showed up, if they're
Yes,
online, or if they're here in the room.
Thank you for that comprehensive report. You almost read the whole written report that we received, but you didn't say all the history of this or that. So we received a comprehensive report that covered history, actions, notice, need, et cetera. So let me ask if the respondents, whose names are, I have their names on here. Patrick Pham and Nguyen are the property owners or their representatives, known as respondents, available and wish to speak? Do we see those names at all as logged on? I see no one in the audience that indicates that's me. No, there's not. Going once, respondents, property owners, going twice, 3 times. It appears the same response as all the notices and letters. So we will, we'll proceed. So the board would have no questions of respondents, obviously. So now it is, am I allowed to ask for public comment? Evidentiary hearing?
There's no need to ask for public comment, but you can certainly do that.
I don't, whoever wears the black robe doesn't do that, but I don't have that on, so. I note that the representatives from the Sacramento Area Flood Control Association are here. So I want to note that they're here. They'd indicated to me earlier that only if there were questions, they did not need to offer any testimony. Any questions? Is the board ready to discuss? Are we ready to take action? Are we ready to discuss? Member Griego?
I just want to ask about the process. If this board moves forward with a recommended action, what happens after that? Give me kind of a timeline and a process of how this, how this goes.
All right. Is that question understood, Mr. Bartholomew? If we were to take the action requested, what are the next steps? What's the timeline? What's the process?
So from the understanding is board staff will contact the USACE, and USACE will actually try to process this whole removal order. And it would actually take a few weeks for it to be part of their, be implemented to their project, which I believe starts in April, early April. So
Just around the corner.
it's just around the corner, exactly. So it'll just basically be integrated to their project, from my understanding.
And so I just want to be clear that I support the recommended action. It's just that, it's just kind of a weird situation that there's been no interaction with the property owners.
It does seem unusual, but I feel that sufficient notice has been given even before letters were done, because there's a lot of effort on behalf of SAFCA to offer moving these voluntarily without cost to the landowner. So the Army Corps of Engineers is the construction partner, so they'll be advised. If we do this, sounds like we're going to, but I don't want to prejudge my board, then it gets incorporated into the work that they do. Any other questions? Do I need to restate the action, or can I say, is the board ready to adopt the staff recommendation, or do I need to recite it once again?
I can answer that. You can.
I'm looking at the wrong one. Our board counsel, do I need to
Yes,
state it again?
You do not need to restate it. You can offer or request a motion to adopt the board's staff's recommendation.
So it would be one motion. The staff recommends the board do this. One is adoption of two findings. One is a delegation. The third is directing. So is there a motion to approve the staff's recommendation?
I'll go ahead and make that motion.
The motion made by Member Grego.
I'll second.
Second by Member Countryman. Last call for any discussion from board members. Mr. Jones, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Bosley. Aye. Board Member Grego. Yes. Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines. President Dolan.
Aye. The ayes have it, so do the yeses. That motion carries by unanimous vote of the board, 7 members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, attorney for the staff, attorney for the board, and I guess I can't say it for the respondents. So that will proceed. The second item up is Lower San Joaquin River Tributaries Project Transfer of Operations. Mr. Sanaski from the board. This is one that an informational hearing was provided.
Yes, last month.
Yes. And it is for 3 RDs. We tend to call it the, is this Dos Rios or Three Amigos?
Three Amigos.
Three Amigos. We tend to call it that. Took a while to get here.
Yeah, all right, great.
Mr. Sanaski.
Yeah, thank you so much, President Dolan. Yeah, my name is Dustin Stanoski. I'm with the Flood System Improvement Branch. Again, thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. Well, basically waiting for this to come up. But this is an action item to approve the transfer of operation and maintenance manual for the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project, also known as the Three Amigos. I also have with me Ryan Larson from the Army Corps, who would like to provide some lessons learned from this project, as requested last month by the board. Good. So again, this is an action item for the board to accept the revised operation and maintenance manual for Unit 12 that removes 3 reclamation districts from the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project. As shown in the table, the 3 reclamation districts to be removed are RD 2099, 2100, and 2102. The reclamation district to remain is RD 2101. There will be 1 board resolution and a transfer letter to the remaining reclamation district. Here's a project vicinity map. The area is located just south of Stockton, west of Modesto, in Stanislaus County, along the San Joaquin River, between the Stanislaus River and the Tuolumne River. So the O&M manual for the Unit 12 originally included approximately 10.2 miles of levee along the left bank of the San Joaquin River, as shown in the table there. The revised O&M manual will include approximately 3.2 miles of levee, with the remaining reclamation district 2101 being 3.2 miles of levee. So the revised O&M manual requirements for RD 2101 will continue in accordance with the revised O&M manual for Unit 12, based off of the letter of assurances provided by the board on December 21st, 1955 for the Lower San Joaquin River and Tributaries Project. Channel maintenance requirements within the unit are unchanged. So some background. This portion of the State Plan of Flood Control was authorized by the Flood Control Act of 1944 and consisted of approximately 10.2 miles of levee. The responsibility for operations and maintenance was originally accepted by the State Reclamation Board by letter dated December 28, 1966. RDs 2099, 2100, 2101, and 2102 are primarily farmed low-lying areas that were historically subject to occasional flooding. However, the January 1997 flooding caused extensive damage to the San Joaquin River, along with 1 breach in RD 2099 and 2 breaches in RD 2100. So due to the extensive damage, On April 25th, 1997, the Reclamation Board, now the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, requested rehabilitation assistance using PL 8499 authority. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers completed a portion of work under PL 8499, emergency management activities, but did not make structural levee repairs. Instead, the Corps performed a hydraulic analysis of the 3 RDs, and all involved parties decided to abandon them by purchasing flowage easements to allow water to pass over the levees and degrade them over time. The abandonment process started with the adjacent landowners agreeing to sell immediately after 1997 because of the recurring flooding in the valley and due to catastrophic flooding in the wet years. The lands were transferred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and got congressional approval to expand the refuge boundary. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service took over management of the land and began restoring it to riparian habitat. Unfortunately, the progress was stalled when hydraulic modeling showed 4 adjacent property owners outside of the RGA boundaries received a benefit with the levees in place. The breaches were repaired and flowage easements were offered to the adjacent properties, but here's the sticky wicket, I guess. 2 of the 4 property owners did not want to participate. So in 2001, River Partners was brought in and became the habitat restoration contractor for the area. But in 2010, 2011, River Partners learned that the Corps could not update the O&M manual because the project could not be considered complete without the 2 outstanding flowage easements. River Partners contacted the neighbors and discussed what the flowage easements would look like, and then the Corps and the landowners were able to reach an agreement on the final 2 easements. The flowage easements were recorded, and the Corps was able to update the O&M manual. So some lessons learned from this project because it took 25 years to complete. I have with me Ryan Larson from the Army Corps to provide some lessons from the Army Corps. Ryan?
Good morning. Good afternoon, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson with the Army Corps of Engineers, Chief of the Levees and Channels Branch. Not that I can speak to all 20 plus years of history here with the Three Amigos project, but just my perspective as I'm hearing the information from last month's board meeting and reflecting on that and kind of what could I bring to this group and kind of watching and looking back over, gosh, what happened here? Looking back at the, the non-structural alternatives repairs, it's not standard. It's not something that we've always done. I think this might be the first one that the Corps of Engineers ever tried. And it is, and so when you look at it, we did a lot of things that we do not usually do. The Corps of Engineers was charged with purchasing flowage easements from willing sellers. Typically lands, easements, rights-of-way, relocation, disposal areas, LERDs is the responsibility of our non-federal sponsor. I have to think here that there was some trying to, another key component or probably a very important component of non-federal PL 8499 repairs for a non-federal sponsor is that 100% federal, 0% non-federal cost share. I have to think that played into the situation where the Corps of Engineers was going out and purchasing LERDs from willing sellers. We just right there from willing sellers, we had 15 plus years of time in there waiting for or getting to the point of having willing sellers associated with those easements. So, an idea for the next one, if there is a next one, is to go after an agreement where there's reimbursement for a sponsor to do what they typically do, which is those LERDs discussions with landowners, so that you could maybe move that along faster. But you might say, well, what about that 100% federal, 0% cost share? Look for a reimbursement phrase or reimbursement language in the cooperation agreement for the PL 8499 repair. There's language that says that the non-structural alternatives repair agreements need to go to headquarters for approval anyway. So go ahead and ask for the reimbursement clause or the reimbursement language in there so that you can try to stay in that, as close to that 100%, 0% cost share that is typical of the PL 8499 program, but yet still allowing you to do what non-federal sponsors typically do for civil works projects. That's just kind of my, looking back on it, my reflections there.
All right, thank you so much, Ryan. Dustin Sanofsky, Flood System Improvement
Thank you,
Branch.
Mr. Larson. Appreciate you putting that thoughtfulness in it. I hope we do more of these. We're all working with nature. I'm quoting the Army Corps on that. And we all want to give room to our floodplains. So that's our plan. So that's the goal.
Yeah, thank you, President Dillon. So I also spoke with Julie Rentner from River Partners and got some lessons learned from her. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to attend today, but I got some lessons learned from her, and I also have a statement that I'll be making on her behalf in the next slide. First of all, this project took a long time from start to finish, and there was personnel changing that may have affected the longevity and storytelling of the project. So one suggestion, we need to keep the same people and therefore the same data to get the project to the finish line. One suggestion, very good. Also, with these types of levee situations, find nature-based multi-benefit solutions, such as adaptive management. We can use these sites for endangered species to know which species can use what habitat. For example, understanding the levee slopes allow for wildlife to escape the water. It's good to know. Also, research sites. Use the levees to learn about vegetation on levees. For example, SAFECA from 2006 to 2009 used areas for research sites and found out the architecture of underground roots and how hard it is to pull down a tree. I mean, there you go, engineering with nature. Very good lessons learned. And so this is a letter from Julie Rentner. She specifically wrote it to the board to be presented today. The board's adoption of the modified maintenance manual for the Three Amigos project represents the culmination of nearly 25 years of sustained community action to repurpose failing infrastructure for the benefit of communities, wildlife, environmental quality, and California's future. While it took 25 years to complete the paperwork, we expect the power of this demonstration to last for generations. The reconnected floodplains of former RDs 2100, 2102, and 2099 now host some of the most vibrant riparian and floodplain habitats in the San Joaquin Valley. 4 miles of hiking trails, birds, bunnies, and bees. What was once conflict between high water and human values is now in alignment, which boosts our collective resilience to climate change. Thanks to you, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, amongst dozens of other partners, for illustrating for the Valley and for future generations your institutional commitment to non-structural, nature-based, multi-benefit flood management. Thank you, Julie, for that. Appreciate it. And next, I'd like to show you a picture that Julie provided. This is an example of repaired floodplain, new riparian habitat. Honestly, it looks beautiful. All right. And so to sum this up, board staff today request the board to adopt resolution number 2023-02, which accepts the revised O&M manual for Unit 12, transfers the revised O&M manual for Unit 12 to the Reclamation District 2101, and delegates the executive officer to sign and send the transfer letter. And that concludes my presentation for today. I'd welcome any questions.
This is President Dolan. I don't have any questions, but if you would keep the action requested slide up, that would be helpful. Board members, any questions? Member Ramirez, did you want to equate the timeline to Hamilton City?
No. If there's more to present, I'll hold my comments. I don't know if there's more to present.
Questions, comments, board members? Audience, anyone here in the room? You can either stand, raise your hand. No?
Jane,
Any hands up?
can I jump in then? There is a Miss Betty Andrews who'd like to speak.
Oh,
Let's have her go first.
thank you. Betty Andrews.
Ms. Andrews, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Hopefully this sound is working.
It
Thank
is,
you.
thank you.
Yes, wonderful. My name is Betty Andrews. I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. Thank you, President Dolan and members of the board for the opportunity to comment on this action today. I want to underscore some of the statements that have been said already in Julie Retner's statement and in the introduction, and just echo the fact that this has been a very, very, very long time coming. And I've had the opportunity to play a variety of roles on this project, but observe it over most of these 25 years. And I am thrilled that we are finally at the point where this action might be taken. It is my fervent hope that having the Three Amigos project fully implemented will provide the kind of experience and information that can be used to significantly accelerate the implementation of similar future projects. And so I applaud the board for requesting input on lessons learned. A second point that I'd like to make is that we all have cause to celebrate the identification and removal of levees from the project when those levees have outlived their usefulness, particularly removing them from maintenance responsibility. Shortening the roster of levees that need maintenance, investment, and oversight will allow flood management resources to be spent where they will better benefit the people in the state of California. And so I really see the action being contemplated by the board today as helping to make sure that we are spending those flood management dollars in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I just was advised that Ron Stork also wishes to make a comment. Mr. Stork.
Hi, this is Ron Stork from Friends of the River. President Dolan, members of the board. What Betty said was well said.
Thank you for that. Glad that you're listening. I would just like to add that the flood protection benefit to this is also involved. We are celebrating how it was done, and that certainly demonstrates that there are things better than structures to provide safety and flood benefit. And we're all about that as well. Member Ramirez.
Thank you, President Dolan. I just wanted to echo a couple things. This is probably 4 jobs ago for me, but I was an advocate for what we're hopefully going to do this afternoon, 25 years ago. And I think one of the things that was hard then is that everybody knew what they wanted to have done, but it really wasn't clear who was supposed to do it. And so it's hard to advocate if you don't know what to advocate for. And hopefully we have a path forward. I think the presentation is really helpful because it focuses on the path that was successful. There were other paths that were dead ends, that didn't go anywhere. And that's okay, people tried. And there were mistakes made, but those are as important lessons to learn as the path that was successful so that we don't end up on those situations again. And I think having people like River Partners and hopefully our staff and the Corps as well maintain the institutional knowledge. People will change, right? But having the record clear is really important so that the next person who jumps into those shoes doesn't have to start from scratch. And I know we're making a big deal of this because it's important, and it's important for a lot of reasons, but one of them is to make sure that next time it goes a lot more smoothly for people. We're dealing with a very old system and very old regulations, and we're trying to be creative, and that's hard for everybody. But I appreciate the folks that have slogged through it, on the ground in particular, landowners included. So good for us, and hopefully we're able to retain this experience in a way that we'll be able to expedite the next one, and hopefully the next one will come soon.
Board President offers. Here. Board Member Brian Johnson?
Thank you, President Dolan. I'll be brief in part because I'm struggling to collect my thoughts. Some of you know I'm not feeling very well today, but I start by thanking you all for coming. I was one of the board members last month who saw this as an information item and suggested that providing some of this context would be useful, and I think it has been. So thank you for coming. I do want to echo comments here. I'm hopeful that this can be a model, not for how long it took, but for proving that projects like this can be done. I would also note a connection back to our action adopting the flood plan and the resolution that we adopted in December. There's a brief mention of our board looking for ways to help, partly with an eye toward projects like this, for projects where levees should be abandoned or removed, and changing legal status to abandon or decommission, and wanting to be able to find good ways to do projects like this. And it may be that there are multiple pathways for different projects with different legal circumstances. But it occurs to me that this is one of those pathways for this circumstance, and it's good to see that it finally worked. And last, just congratulations to everybody for what I know was painful sometimes along the way, but for getting to this spot. Thank you.
Thank you. We hope you get well. And you will. Board Member Bosler.
I don't have a lot to say, but I think this is so illustrative of how our old system is set up to maintain a very different type of system from what we want in the future. And so really, how do we take these lessons learned that are not as clear to me, but Tim, you sounded like that you got them, but, you know, and really institutionalize that, you know, and make that the standard as opposed to the exception. And I think that's the big challenge ahead, is how do we work with the Army Corps of Engineers and think about how to make that much, much more easy and not so challenging and so difficult to get to where we got today. So very exciting, and glad to be a part of final concluding step. And thanks to all that continued to stay the course.
It looks like we're going to approve it, and President Dolan's going to just prolong it a little bit. The way that we used to maintain and create a system for flood protection didn't work in many areas, and so we're learning that, and we are doing better. There have been setbacks. There's been a tremendous leadership in doing that to give room to the floodwaters so it is not across people's lives, homes, vital evacuation infrastructure, but can be safely done. So this is an example. And I talked about Hamilton City. It was that as well. There was flood fights and levee shores up for 32 years. And then they went, why are we doing this? What's next to it is land that can be the widened area. And so it got done. And so we had a really bad storm December, January. And it was the first time in the history of Hamilton City they didn't have to go out and flood fight. They were safe. So we're learning. But our regulations are old. Not as old as me, but pretty old. So any more, it's the first time I ever said anything close to that. Any more comments? Is there a motion to take the board staff recommendation? Member Ramirez moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second member Johnson. Griego stands back, but we'll all vote. Please call the roll, Mr. Johnson.
Board Member Bosler. Aye. Board Member Griego. Yes. Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines. Aye. President Dolan.
Aye. The ayes have it. So do the yeses. That motion carries by unanimous vote, 7 members voting yes. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you so
for
much.
being here.
Please convey our thanks to Ms. Rutner for putting that forward, and Ron Stork, thanks for communicating, and Betty Andrews, it's great to hear from you.
Thank you.
All right. The next one that we're taking up is item 10A. This is the third item under board items. This is indicated as the executive officer's item, but it is your president's item. So I know you don't want to hear from me very long, so I'm going to be really brief. We normally do this a little bit faster. We did it under President Edgar, so I'm a little bit late. I want you to know there's two things definitely to do today, and that is to approve the updated charters for the coordinating committee and the advisory committee. These were worked through by our staff and representatives and stakeholders of both of those committees. So I would like for those to be approved. They somewhat expired with the adoption of the plan. For them to continue, this needs to be done. And then I took the board liaison assignments that can be changed, can be amended, can be removed. It doesn't take a big fat board action to do that, that have existed for a while. I took some away from me because I picked up another job, and I incorporated, as I thought was appropriate, our newest board member, Bosler. So if you would approve those with the indication that the board president can work with the executive officer and board members who'd like adjustments, that certainly can be done. So the action that's requested is to adopt the two committee charters and the proposed policy statement and board member liaison assignments, knowing that there can be adjustments upon request of members. Anyone want to hear more from me? Board members?
I'll move approval with that caveat of adjustments to the assignments.
We have a motion to approve the actions that are requested to charters and assignments with adjustment there. Is there a second?
A second.
And a second by member Countryman. I do know I am to ask if there's any public comment. It can be done after a motion is on the floor. Does anyone want to challenge my recommendation?
No challengers.
Anyone online? No, really. You can add or change or whatever that you want. This is a pretty simple item. Okay, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Bosler.
Aye.
Board Member Grego. Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines. Aye. President Dolan.
Yes. So that motion is approved and it's adopted unanimously by 7 members of the board. Item number, do you mind if I just keep going? Anybody want to take a break? I'm usually the break president, but shall we just keep going? Keep rolling. Whatever you say, Mr. Vice President. The fourth one we're taking up is item 10C, as in cute. North Area Streams Levee Improvement Project, transfer of operation of maintenance. Operation and maintenance, this is information. You probably know we want this to be cogent, but not lengthy.
Hello. Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. Selva Selvamohan, Chief of the Sacramento Levee Section, Flood System Improvement Branch. I'm here today to give you an informational briefing on the transfer of operation and maintenance responsibilities of North Area Streams Levee Improvement Project. I'm here joined by 2 gentlemen, Tim Kerr, General Manager of the American River Flood Control District, and Pete Gelfie, Director of Engineering, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. This is an informational briefing, and it's agenda item 10C. I will start off my presentation by going through a project outline. We'll go over a brief overview of the overall project, and then I will show you the project location and give a brief background of the project and show you a few project features and associated permits. And then we'll share with you a few construction activity photos, and then will walk you through the Army Corps transfer of operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement manual to the board, and then close my presentation with going through the next steps. Here's a project overview. The North Area Streams project was led by Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, known as SAFCA. The construction took place between 2017 and 2021, and it was substantially completed in 21. And supplement to standard O&M manual unit 118 part 2 was turned over to the board by the Army Corps of Engineers in January 2023, last month. And we have the assurance agreement that allows the transfer of O&M responsibilities to the local main agency, in this case, American River Flood Control District. Here's a project location. The project levees are located in the east and northeast of city of Sacramento. The zoomed in version on the right show you the projects improved under this project. Arcade Creek North levees, Arcade Creek South levees, and Natomas East Main Drainage Canal East levees. These are the levee segments that was improved under this North Area Streams project. Next, I will go over a few project background information. The North Area Streams project was initiated and advanced by SAFCA ahead of the Water Resources Development Act of 2016 authorization, which resulted the authorization of American River Common Features 2016 project. The project includes approximately 3.7 miles of levee improvement along Arcade Creek North and South levees and a portion of Natomas East Main Drainage Canal East levees. The project was funded through the Urban Flood Risk Reduction Program and co-shared 70-30 between the state and local. The board approved the encroachment permit for this levee improvement work in 2017, and the permit number was 19055. Like I mentioned, the construction took place between 2017 and 21, and board staff received the updated O&M manual from the Army Corps last month in 2023. Also to note that American River Flood Control District operates and maintains the North Area Streams levees. Few major features that was improved under this project include 2,300 feet of cutoff wall along the Natomas East Main Drainage Canal East levee, about 6,500 feet of cutoff wall along the south side of Arcade Creek levees, approximately 6,100 feet of cutoff wall along the north side of Arcade Creek levees. And they do have the installation of 14 relief wells and an installation of a drainage trench at a pump station. For this project, the board permits and the 408 authorization was obtained in 2017. And SAFCA solicited the project for construction in 2017. And a few major features include a typical waterside toe cutoff wall that was part of the construction, a typical open trench cutoff wall through the crest of the levee that was also part of the construction. Next, in the next few slides, I will show you a few photos from construction activities back in 2018-19 timeframe. The one you are seeing here is Natomas East Main Drainage Canal Hall Road, looking south toward Main Street Bridge. This slide shows contractor preparing a working pad for slurry cutoff wall construction. This slide shows levee degrade beginning near Rio Linda Blowout. And this slide shows excavation of a starter trench before the construction of cutoff wall. The project completed in 2021, and SAFCA completed the project completion report in February 2021 and submitted to the agencies. And that resulted the update of the OMRR and R manual and Army Corps completed the update and then transferred to the board in last month, January 2023, and that's why we are here. So the next step will be the board staff will bring an approval package the board for consider at a future board meeting, which one, accept the completed work and O&M responsibilities, and two, transfer the O&M responsibility to American River Flood Control District, and three, delegate the executive officer to execute the transfer letter. That concludes my presentation, and I am here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I think what's missing is the number of exclamation points that need to be put on this. This is a massive project that's being culminated to provide safety to extremely vulnerable and densely populated area. So the work that has been done and the cooperation has been remarkable. I'm trying to channel President Edgar here and congratulating Safeco. I hope I'm doing it enough. It's amazing the work that's done, so we'll look forward to this. And rewriting the operation and maintenance manual is not a small undertaking either. So this kind of work, these photos somewhat show what it is, but some of them showed that this work is being done right next to people's homes who were flooded over and over, and now there have been improvements. And not a small amount of money. So we'll do congratulations to the Congress member for this area too, assisting with that funding source, and the voters for allowing it to be done in California as well. Questions or comments from board members? You all want me to stop talking, so I will. Anyone in the audience? Or Safeco folks? Just want to say anything? Just smiling, huh? Okay.
Not sure if
Nothing.
Tim
Anything
wants
online?
to say anything now.
You're smiling though. Okay.
We'll be back. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Selva Mahan. I just want to say, I know those of you in the room noticed me got up and gave a note to our chief engineer who gave it back to me. Just in the interest of transparency, I was asking him if the Caltrans folks, which is the next item, were going to be in person or online. Because I forgot to ask him that yesterday. So I'm getting this, he said they're coming, and I'm having a thumbs up, so come on. So we're going to go to the fifth item in order, which is 10D, as in dog, or Dolan. And it is an informational presentation. Mr. Lamb of board staff is going to introduce this. This is a pretty remarkable project that's coming forward. It's big. It's lots of permits that are coming, but it's very important for the people in California, and Caltrans is doing that. Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President of the Lions, and board members. My name is Steve Lamb. I'm the permitting section chief here at the board in the operations branch. I'm here today to introduce the Caltrans Middle Mile Broadband Network project. The purpose of this is it's an exciting project for a lot of our rural and unrepresented constituents here in California. The project will bring broadband networks through the Caltrans corridors and serve as a node to promote expanding those networks into these rural communities. Through our partnerships, we've been having discussions with Caltrans, the Corps of Engineers, our maintaining agency partners to brief them on what's coming. This is a pretty daunting task. The project was initiated through Senate Bill 156 to address internet connectivity needs for Californians. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Hardeep and Alex with the Middle Mile Broadband team to talk more about the project. At the completion, I want to close and give some remarks that we have here at staff to kind of discuss where we're headed, what we're going to do. So without further ado, Hardeep. That moves the slides.
Thank you for being here, and good afternoon, Mr. Takar.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you going to be the project manager?
Yes.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
We will cooperate in every way we can.
Thank you.
So that everyone can hear you, particularly online, if you would speak as close to that microphone as possible, that would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, President Dolan, Vice President Villanes, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present information on the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative and the ambitious effort to promote digital equity and inclusion by providing high-speed internet access to unserved and the underserved communities throughout California. As Mr. Lamb mentioned, my name is Hardeep Chakar. I'm serving as the current program director for the Middle Mile Broadband Network program, and I have with me Alex Beaza, the senior transportation engineer, and we'll be jointly presenting the information on the background of the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative, what the program is about, and what the type of work will be, the program delivery timeline, and how we will engage and partner with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board staff to find opportunities to avoid and minimize impacts to the flood control facilities and reduce flood risk and protect public safety. Through this initiative, we are taking a comprehensive and long-term approach to tackling broadband infrastructure deficiencies, connecting Californians, and meeting broadband infrastructure needs throughout the state. So the next slide. Broadband, as we all know, is essential infrastructure because broadband applications are so wide-ranging, it can deliver services that touch every social determinant of health, from economic stability to education to social supports to civic agency. Broadband and the digital services it enables are today intrinsically tied to collective health and equity outcomes, which is why Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-7320. There was direction for state agencies to pursue a minimum broadband speed goal of 100 megabits per second. With a download speed of 100 megabits per second, we can do almost anything you'd like to do at the same time on the internet on multiple devices at the same time. This includes browsing the web, making video calls, listening to music, and watching video online on multiple devices at the same time. And lack of equity became very apparent in the broadband statistics. The COVID pandemic has only reinforced our reliance on broadband and the importance of closing the digital divide. So with schoolwork, healthcare, increasingly are completely available online as a public health imperative. Californians' ability to access and use broadband became the difference between being able to fully engage in life or being cut off. So we are accomplishing this goal through Senate Bill 156. The Middle Mile Broadband Initiative is the first step to creating an open access middle mile network that will build infrastructure to bring, again, high-speed internet service to unserved and underserved communities throughout the state. The tools and flexibility that Senate Bill 156 provided include statutory exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act for projects consisting of the linear broadband deployment within the existing state highway system right-of-way that meets certain requirements. It also required all state agencies to work in cooperation to expedite the delivery and permitting of the statewide middle mile network, and it also provided us the authority to use job order contracting to build the network. So what is the middle mile? Again, the middle mile is essentially the physical infrastructure required to enable internet connectivity for homes, businesses, and community institutions. It is made up of high-capacity fiber lines that carry large amounts of data at high speeds over long distances between local networks, also referred to as the last mile, and the global internet networks, which is also referred to as the first mile. It serves as the backbone infrastructure to support the last mile effort to bring broadband to as many Californians as possible. At its core, this effort will create an open access network. And what that means is, if you consider a highway system, there aren't proprietary highways built by an auto manufacturer specifically for either Chevrolet or Ford or Honda or Tesla, and that are exclusive only to their vehicles. And open access networks similarly give service providers wholesale access to broadband infrastructure, meaning any network type can interconnect regardless of technology used on equal economic and service terms. The full system design map for the broadband middle mile initiative includes 10,000 miles of the proposed bill that spans the entire state. To put this in perspective, Caltrans owns and operates about 15,000 miles, centerline miles, and with this initiative, we're adding broadband to almost 2/3 of that entire network. This infrastructure will bring high-speed broadband internet service throughout the state, primarily to unserved and the underserved communities. Unfortunately, we're not alone in this process. The designing and building of the 10,000-mile network will involve partnership with multiple agencies. In this case, California Department of Technology, the lead agency and project owner, will oversee the acquisition and the management of contracts for the development, construction, maintenance, and operation of the network. And they will also be retaining a third-party administrator to construct and establish the network. The California Public Utilities Commission, in collaboration with the third-party administrator, will provide locations for the middle mile infrastructure and the last mile connectivity. And Caltrans's role will be to work with the third-party administrator to design and build the middle mile infrastructure along the state highway systems right away, which is essentially the backbone infrastructure to support the last mile effort, again, to bring as many bring high-speed broadband internet service to as many Californians as possible. So we are closely working with California Department of Technology to ensure that we are prepared to navigate any challenges or potential issues as we continue to design and build the system on the state highway system right away. So in terms of funding and cost, the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative is a multi-billion-dollar 3-year partnership among several entities. It is funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, also referred to as ARPA, with Treasury Department funds that require the dollars to be encumbered by December 2024, and projects to be closed out with all funds liquidated by December 2026. So we have a very aggressive schedule. Again, the Senate Bill 156 provides $3.8 billion to build the necessary infrastructure to bring internet connectivity to homes, businesses, and community institutions throughout the state. And the design and construction of the Middle Mile network will be monitored by the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. And these meetings happen quarterly basis, and they're hosted by California Department of Technology, and Caltrans is also in attendance. Regarding the ownership and maintenance, the California Department of Technology will own and operate the network, and Caltrans is supporting the design and construction efforts. And CDT, again, the Department of Technology, will maintain the network through their relationship with the third-party administrator. And Caltrans and CDT will enter into an interagency agreement to allow maintenance of the middle mile network on the state highway system after it's built. So in terms of the delivery timeline, this is an aggressive timeline with a substantial amount of work that we need to accomplish. And we are using every delivery tool available to us at our disposal, whether it's a standalone dedicated broadband project or leveraging an existing ongoing highway project to add on the broadband infrastructure to minimize the disruption to traffic and having to only dig once rather than dig twice to build the network and after completion of the highway construction. And as I mentioned, the target, the funding timelines are we have to have executed construction contracts and begin construction no later than December 2024 and complete construction with final payouts by December 2026. So in light of these timelines, we have begun the pre-construction activities. These are essentially planning and design activities in mid-2022, last year. And we have awarded a few construction contracts that are already underway at this point. And our goal is to get 25% of the network in construction by July 2023 and 100% of the network miles in construction by September 2024. Again, with the goal to complete construction by December 2026. So, and next slide. Based on the initial screening of the network locations within the 6 districts that cover the area that's under the jurisdiction of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, we are estimating that we will need approximately 188 Central Valley Flood Protection Board permits at this time. So it's a significant amount of effort. Our contact staff from Caltrans who have been engaged with the board staff, and we appreciate all the efforts that have gone so far in trying to streamline the process in terms of developing avoidance and minimization measures to minimize the impacts to the flood control facilities. These are our staff, key staff persons who've been working with the board staff, and so this information is available. Again, in terms of looking for opportunities, we will be looking for opportunities as we engage with board staff to find ways to bundle the project application packages. Also work with board staff where executive officer delegation can be used rather than board requirements for board consent, where this would be applicable. And also provide list of anticipated permit locations in advance. Also looking for other opportunities to streamline the process where we can consolidate the permit fees for the broadband instead of having to acquire fees or pay fees per location to try to speed up the process where we can. Again, our goal will be to try to avoid installation in the theoretical levee prism. Again, the goal is to avoid and minimize impacts wherever we can. We do have the flexibility with trenchless methods and trenching methods to install the broadband network. So we will be engaging with board staff on the construction methodology early on to make the most out of those opportunities. Some of the issues that we're working through with the board staff are also, again, highlighting the timelines for executing the construction contracts as early as June 2023. Which is a few months, less than 4 months out. Again, the broadband current standard details, we are working on making modifications to the plans and details and the specifications for the contracts as needed to comply with the board's minor alteration requirements as well. So we will continue to stay engaged on those. And then as we go through the process, we may have existing unpermitted bridges, so we plan to address those issues as well as we go through the permitting process. I'll pass it on to Alex at this point to cover the design aspects. And
all right, thank you, Hardeep. My name is Alex Beaza. I'm with Caltrans District 3 Design, and I'll briefly go over the design aspects of broadband middle mile, kind of give you a bird's eye view of what will be physically happening. So the middle mile network will consist of 3.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Would you mind spelling your last name so our transcriber will have it correct?
B as in boy, I-A-H-E-Z-A.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, so what will this network look like? We'll have 3 2-inch HDP conduits. They will be installed within state right-of-way at about 10-foot offset. Our standard placement depth will be about 42 inches deep. Obviously, in some cases, we'll run into constraints, like environmentally sensitive areas, maybe limited right-of-way. In those cases, we'll place the fiber optic alignment in pavement at a shallower depth of about 24 inches. Along the fiber optic alignment, we will have pole vaults. So we'll have a pole vault at every 2,500 feet. Those are needed to physically pull the fiber optic cable through the conduit. And then every fifth vault will be a splice vault. And so splice vaults are basically maintenance access points where we will splice and connect to the next spool of the fiber optic cable. Those could also be used as a last mile connection point for the last mile provider. We'll also have repeater hubs every 50 miles, and those are needed to amplify the signal along the network and reduce latency. So those will be placed at every 50-mile interval. Let's go to the next slide. So what happens when we approach a regulated stream crossing and we have a structure? Well, we'll place 2 pole vaults on each side of the structure, and we'll shoot for about a 15-foot offset from the toe of the levee, whenever that's feasible. And then from there, we'll go at that shallow replacement depth of about 24 inches, approaching the structure. Once we get to the structure, we'll have multiple options on placing the conduit. Our number one preference would be to place it inside the box girder. So if it's or inside the cell of the bridge, maybe between girders. The second option is to attach to the soffit of the bridge deck overhang whenever that's feasible. And finally, our last and maybe least preferred placement site is the outside of the bridge barrier. Yes, one thing to note on this visual is that none of these installation methods actually impact the freeboard of the regulated stream crossing. They're all above the soffit of the bridge. So that's all I have when it comes to design aspects of things. I'll pass it back to either Hardeep.
Again, thank you, board members. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the Broadband Middle Mile Initiative. And we thank you for your partnership efforts and engagements we've had to date with the board staff as we work to create the open access middle mile network to bring high-speed internet service to all the unserved and the underserved communities. At this point, we can take any questions. Thank you. Hand it back.
Wow. Board members. If we were 18, 19, or 20, we'd have a whole lot of questions for you. This is a great project. It obviously is an aggressive timeline, so we're going to work closely together. I think the board would want to have some kind of update presentations on how it's going. I see that districts 1, 2, and 3 have the most. I live in 3, so I can tell you, get it done.
Yes.
Does your advisory committee have any PTA members on it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Parent-teacher organizations of the schools. They've been waiting for this for a long time.
Yes, we've been tasked with the design and build of the system, but the Middle Mile Advisory Committee does include the Public Utilities Commission and CDT, so they have been engaging with the communities, including all throughout the state as they've been designing and developing the map for the network. So yes.
The need is known.
Yes.
And has
absolutely.
been for a while.
Yes.
That everyone had to go home and do everything online made it pretty intense.
Yes.
So it's time to do this. Okay, thank you. All right, Member Bosley.
I just want to say huge kudos to Caltrans for taking this on. And there's obviously, you look around state government, there isn't a Department of Broadband. So when this money came to us and there was this opportunity to bridge this divide that it's been so clear for so long and was made more stark by the pandemic, this was a huge opportunity, and looked around state government at people that do construction and do it well, and you all rose up. So just appreciate your taking this on, and message to the staff is like, let's do as much as we can to organize this and make this as seamless as possible and move it along, because the timelines around the ARPA money are real, and they need to get going.
Thank you. We appreciate the support. Thank you.
Very well. Okay.
I don't see any other nods. Member Johnson, did you want to say anything? I know you know how to put your hand up.
Uh, you're guessing that I might want to talk?
Always. Yes, that.
Start by echoing what Board Member Bosler said. It's an incredibly important thing, and glad you're taking it on. And if there's follow-up to do with, board staff and permitting to think creatively about how to get this done in a reasonable way, sign me up for brainstorming with you. I don't know exactly what your process looks like, but it looks like a large number of permits that are going to come in through some standard designs that might be pretty easy to look at and conclude they're like the other ones and don't have a flood impact. And so, I'm guessing you may have some ideas that you're working on for how to make this efficient for everybody. And, I hope that we can.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I think you said, we're all nodding, so you said what we want to say.
Anyone in the audience want to offer kudos, help, shovel, money? Okay.
Oh, Mr. Lamb, want to close this off?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a challenge for us at the staff level. We're seeing virtue of 188 permits. Just to give some kind of context, in a year we do 90. So that's basically doubling our current output. So we're working internally to strategize and figure out how we're going to staff this, how we're going to handle it, strategic opportunities, whether they are standard details, working with the executive management team to very much be on board. We're excited about the opportunity, but with it does come challenges. And we have made it clear, when things like this occur, we don't want to be the ones that are painted in the black of not reaching a goal. We want to strive for it. I'm a competitor. I'm in. But also, I've discussed with the team that we do have a process, and we do have a definite conviction to uphold the flood community. That is our goal. And so to do that right, we have to be meticulous. We can be thrifty. We can be quick, but we have to do it right. And so as we continue through this process, we're going to be looking for staffing opportunities. How do we fund the staffing to get this project done and not let those other constituents go without voice or be delayed further? The Army Corps of Engineers has been also abreast of this project. They're currently looking at working toward implementing a categorical permission for this type of project. So, the categorical permission, some people hear the word, it's not an exemption, but what it does is it helps to paint some borders, create a checklist of things that we want to check off and ensure that safety is being upheld through that review process. Making it go faster is always a challenge. Gaining staff, in an amount of time is a challenge. So we are a bit behind the 8 ball. But again, we're up for the challenge and we're going to continue to work, have the communications. Our ongoing meetings with District 3 as well have been very helpful. We meet every month. We talk about projects, try to figure out ways to detail them, put them in a nice, neat box with a bow and move them through. So we're going to do the same here, and I appreciate the board hearing it. Look forward to coming back with maybe some challenges that we have and looking for solutions to overcome them and how we can make this a success.
President Dolan again. That's for our transcriptionist because he doesn't recognize my voice. I think we're going to change that from we don't want to be the place that blocks this, but we are not going to be the place that blocks this. And please bring any challenges, any questions, any concerns where you think that we can assist or that we might be interested in as quickly as possible. So we'll do this.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing the magnitude on the workload, it really feels like the staff, management needs to look at, ways to plus up the staff, right? And obviously they're specialized, so to the extent that DWR can shift people or hours our way. Obviously there's always the retired annuitants, but those are probably pretty limited. But, there's a few ways in which you can plus up manpower, and it seems like we should be working on that like yesterday.
think I was advised that we already are.
Indeed, we are. Yes.
Our
That is
executive
correct.
officer's nodding. Yeah, our staff is nodding. Yes, right away that, we're not stalled.
Staff will probably need some board help with that as well.
You got it. Our executive officer said the board might need to help. Are we willing to help? Yes, yes, yes.
Once a week.
All right, got some help. We got to volunteer. We got to volunteer. We will help. Yeah, yeah, we want to be at Celebration with you, definitely by the deadline, if not earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes that item. That concludes board items. Is that right? Since I rearranged it, I need some help knowing I actually did do it. Okay. We'll not take a lunch break. We'll just proceed. We are at the part of our agenda that actually goes pretty quickly, in my opinion, unless I keep talking. We have received reports from our board administration, our operation branch, flood systems improvement branch, environmental services and land management branch, floodplain and programs branch. We receive this at each business meeting, fourth Friday of the month, the activities that each of these branches that we oversee are doing. And I have said before, so now I have kind of decided a schedule, that I want each of these to present. We read, we appreciate, we perhaps contact, we ask questions, but I have this schedule. Operation branch and its components will provide a presentation before the board at our March meeting. Flood systems and improvement branch will do that at our April meeting. Environmental services and land management branch will do that at our May meeting. Floodplain and programs branch will do that at our June meeting. And the only thing that will complicate or delay these schedules or rearrange them is if we have an extremely robust, perhaps middle mile issue that would take some time, or something else that might interfere. But that's a head up. I want you to highlight, we hear these presentations from a variety of organizations, and I want you all to shine. So that's the schedule. And thank you for the reports. I do read them, maybe not all right before the meeting, but I do get there and try to let you know. I appreciate that you put them together.
I'd like
Countryman.
to thank you for this, because this has been concerning. I have been reading every word of these reports, and I see things in there that I believe the whole board needs to be aware of and see, but the way it is, there's no certainty that that's happening. So I applaud your effort here. Thank you.
I'm blushing. I think it's beyond the board. I think our constituents, our partners, our local maintaining agencies, interested people, all the ones that log on and say, oh, we have these reports, need to know the breadth and the width and the desire and the effort that we all put into this. And then maybe we can use that information to promote the resources that we truly need to do our full job. Board comments and committee updates. Advisory committee hasn't met. We haven't figured out a time that meets more than 3 members of the committee, so we'll get there. Now that we have direction from DWR as to whose conservation strategy versus the plan, I think there'll be a little bit more interest in how that's going to work. The coordinating committee did not meet this month of February because there were scheduling issues, and that committee is still trying to seek a cost-free location that would be adequate in space for in-person, because they want to move back to that, and that's a challenge. Any other board updates? You might all be aware I gave a few interviews. We'll just leave it at that. Upcoming meetings.
the agenda said board workshop Friday, March 10th, probably nothing on the agenda. I want the board to set that aside. That is on your calendar. And the aim is that there will not be a public board workshop. There will be a board closed session where we will interview the applicants for executive officer. And that will be at our office on site. We'll have a time that people can log in because all meetings that we have to have that public spot. So we'll do that, but it will be a closed session. And I want you all to know that. So please let our executive officer know what time of the day you want that to start. But keep that on your agenda. And then the next board meeting, business meeting is Friday, March 24th. Melinda Terry did talk about the Central Valley Flood Control Association Forum on Wednesday, March 15th. It is highlighting many people, including member Bosler, on the next coordinating committee meeting. Online and or in person, Wednesday, March 22nd. Any other meetings people want to talk about? All right. Oh, April 4th? I didn't type this. Usually it's me that makes that error. And I don't know which of you picked up in my memo that I called her the executive office instead of officer, but that's because I can't type. April 4th? Well, you know, because you're going. Okay. Mr. Countryman?
On the invitations or, the calendar things that are sent out to us and are accepted, I noticed for the 10th, it says SACOG.
Yes. That invite was set when we had not determined what date we'd be doing the interviews for executive officers.
Oh, okay.
And then just a cursory view of some of you, it looked like it would be very difficult to pick a date that wasn't already set aside on our calendars.
No problem. I just wanted to
Because we know that we're not full-time, just hanging around for a meeting. We have our own jobs and our own communities, so we picked that date. So that's a switch. And we'll get something else from Mr. Jones.
Okay,
correct?
good.
As you know. Okay. So we are having a closed session. There are two items. The first is one that I will announce, and it's listed as item F pursuant to the authority of Government Code 11126, subdivision A, 1, and B. We will discuss the recruitment and appointment procedure for executive officer. And Mr. Dua, our board counsel, has.
Yes, I have a potential new item for the board. So it does not have a title, so it's just potential.
Okay, so
Do not
that would
anticipate
be
having
item
anything-
E under 1126, E1,
Correct.
potential.
Correct.
Any announcement, do you think?
There will be no announcements.
And there will be no announcement regarding, I just gave the announcement of the process of what day we're going to interview, but we want to talk with the board. So what I'm going to do is recess this meeting because I need to come back and formally adjourn it. So I'm going to ask you all to go. There's not going to be an announcement, and we're all just going to kind of gather and do it quickly, and then we'll come back and do it. So we're going to recess for as long as it takes. I'm guessing 15 minutes.
That's a good guess. I like that guess.
The board held a closed session on the two matters that we announced. This is President Dolan. And it was just a discussion. We have no announcements, and the board meeting is adjourned.